Chapter 2108. Death. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. Miss, I understand your feelings, but I feel that it's too meaningless for you to die like this. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Living is even more meaningless. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then said, He hopes that you'll live. The woman was silent. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Actually, he could understand the woman. Although the woman had been reborn. But to her, this was an unfamiliar era. Things really remained the same, but the people had changed. It could be said that the woman once knew, as well as her relatives, were no longer in this world. To her, she was lonely. Yi Xian suddenly said, How about this, you go and stroll around this world. 10 years later, if you still want to die, I won't stop you. The woman looked at Yi Xian, not saying anything. Yi Xian smiled. Consider it as giving yourself a chance, okay? The woman was silent for a long time, then nodded. Okay. After saying that, she turned and left. Very soon, the woman disappeared into the distance. Xiao Tao suddenly said, Young master, do you think she will choose to live? Yi Xian was silent. From the beginning to the end, the woman did not ask for his name, nor did she tell him her name. Why? It was very simple. An indescribable feeling rose in Yi Xian's heart. Xiao Tao suddenly said, Young master, did you foresee this ending, so you chose not to resurrect her? Yi Xian said indifferently, Otherwise? Xiao Tao was silent for a moment, then said, So I misunderstood you. Yi Xian sternly said, It's good that you know. Xiao Tao sighed in a low voice. You humans are so complicated. For love, you want to die at the drop of a hat. Don't tell me you humans only exist for love. Don't tell me you have friends, parents, relatives. For love, you want to die at the drop of a hat. But have you ever thought about your parents? Your parents raised you up, but you die for someone else. Are they worth it? Yi Xian suddenly said, Have you ever loved? Xiao Tao. Yi Xian shook his head. You've never loved. What right do you have to comment? Small Tower said calmly. Could it be that what I said was not reasonable? Yi Xian smiled. You're right. However, love really can't be discussed with normal reasoning. Of course you're right. We humans don't just live for love, but also for friendship and kinship. As he said, he opened his palm. Qing Xian's sword appeared in his hand. So we have to have the strength. Whoever dares to kill my woman, I'll kill him first. If he has enough strength, I'll kill him. Small Tower smiled and said, Little Lord, you're becoming more and more domineering now. Yi Xian laughed out loud. He did not continue arguing with the Small Tower. He opened his palm, and the map he obtained from the immortals appeared in his hand. Yi Xian looked at the map in his hand. Soon, he knew where the location marked on the map was. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man glanced at the map in Yi Xian's hand and narrowed his eyes. You've got guts. How dare you kill someone from my Xian family and steal our treasure map? Yi Xian said with a smile. So what? Do you have a problem with that? The old man looked at Yi Xian, his heart full of wariness. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. You should know that I've been to the Bu-Er clan, right? The old man stared at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian smiled and asked, Is your Xian family stronger than the Bu-Er clan? The old man frowned slightly. Yi Xian laughed and turned to leave. The old man didn't dare to stop him. He naturally knew that Yi Xian had been to the Bu-Er clan, but Yi Xian had escaped unscathed. What did this mean? There were two possibilities. First, Yi Xian was strong enough that the Bu-Er clan couldn't kill him. Second, the Bu-Er clan didn't dare to kill him. No matter which one it was very terrifying. After a long silence, the old man turned to leave. Actually, the Xian family didn't dare to make a move, because until now, they still hadn't figured out Yi Xian's origins. However, they didn't intend to give up just like that. Yi Xian rode on his sword in the starry sky. His target was the godly king historical site. At this moment he suddenly stopped. He turned his head and gently pushed with his thumb. Chi. The cyan profound sword tore through the battlefield. Boom. Thousands of feet away, an afterimage suddenly retreated. It was a woman. Yi Xian knew this woman. It was the woman with the saber who wanted to join forces with him. Yi Xian looked at the woman with the saber. What's the matter? The woman with the saber said in a deep voice, Young Master Yi, we sincerely want to cooperate with you. Yi Xian frowned slightly, but I don't need it. Understand? The woman with the saber stared at Yi Xian. They won't let you off. Yi Xian said with a smile. Miss, this is my own business. As he said that, he blinked. Don't follow me anymore. Otherwise, this big good head of yours won't belong to you anymore. After saying that, he turned around and rode on his sword, disappearing into the end of the sky in the blink of an eye. In the same place, the woman with the saber was silent for a moment before saying softly, Arrogant. 2 hours later, Yi Xian arrived in the middle of the clouds. He looked around and frowned slightly. This was the location shown on the map, but there was nothing here except for clouds. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young Master, there's an entrance here. Yi Xian hurriedly asked, Where? Xiao Ta said, It's a few dozen feet in front of you. Yi Xian looked in front of him, but there was nothing there. Xiao Ta said indifferently, Don't use your eyes. Look with your heart. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. After a moment, he found a stone door in front of him. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Xiao Ta, you still have some skills. After a moment of silence, Xiao Ta said, Young Master, am I just a piece of trash in your heart? Yi Xian didn't talk nonsense with Xiao Ta. He walked through the stone door. As soon as he entered the stone door, he felt his vision blur. The time and space in front of him distorted. In the next moment, he had already appeared in a huge blue stone square. On the square, there were 4 giant pillars that supported the sky. In the middle of these 4 giant pillars, there was a stone platform. On the stone platform, a middle-aged man sat. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man with a vigilant expression. Did he not die? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned his head. Not far in front of him, there was a young monk who had appeared out of nowhere. The young monk wore a simple monk's robe. He had his palms together and a faint smile on his face. He looked very approachable. Monk sect. Seeing Yi Xian look over, the monk smiled slightly as a greeting. Yi Xian said with a smile, You're from the monk sect, right? The monk nodded. This little monk, Sung Fan, greets young Master Yi. Yi Xian said with a smile, You know me? Sung Fan nodded slightly. Young Master Yi killed an immortal expert the moment he arrived. Not only that, but he also dared to challenge the Bu-Er clan's patriarch alone. In the end, he escaped unscathed. Now, I'm afraid there's no one in the ancient universe who doesn't know young Master Yi. Yi Xian said with a smile. You also came for this relic? Sing Fan nodded. Yi Xian glanced at the middle-aged man who sat on the throne in the distance, and then he said, Monk, is he that divine king? Sing Fan glanced at Yi Xian and explained, Divine King Creation, a peerless expert of the invincible ancient universe all those years ago. According to rumor, he's an expert above the Eternity Heart realm. Of course, it's only a rumor. The various large powers have been constantly searching for his relic, and they found it not too long ago. I never expected that it would fall into young Master Ye's hands in the end. When he spoke up to hear, he shook his head slightly. Fate really is a profound word. Divine King Creation. Yi Xian walked over to Divine King Creation and sized up the middle-aged man. The latter's aura wasn't there, and there wasn't even the slightest sign of life. Yi Xian frowned when he saw this. Meanwhile, Sung Fan suddenly walked over to Divine King Creation, pressed his palms together, and bowed deeply. Junior Sun Fan greets Senior Divine King. There was no response. Sung Fan hesitated for a moment and said, Since Senior left his relic here, I presume you have some sort of unfulfilled wish. If Senior doesn't mind, then I'm willing to serve Senior. Meanwhile, Divine King suddenly opened his eyes. Sung Fan bowed slightly once more when he witnessed this scene, and he revealed a respectful yet not humble expression. The Divine King gazed at Sung Fan, and he remained silent for a long time before he said, Not bad. Sung Fan bowed once more. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, Senior, look at me as well. The Divine King turned to look at Yi Xian, and his brows knit together slightly when he saw Yi Xian. A short moment later, he spoke softly, Young man, you're not simple at all. Yi Xian grinned. The Divine King suddenly said, Both of you came for my inheritance, right? Xing Fan nodded. Yi Xian shook his head instead. Both the Divine King and Xing Fan gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. I merely came here to admire Senior's elegance and not to obtain Senior's inheritance. Now that I've seen Senior, it's enough. As for the inheritance. As he spoke, he glanced at Xing Fan and smiled. I'll give it to Brother Xing Fan. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Xing Fan frowned slightly, because he felt that something was off. The Divine King gazed at Yi Xian with a trace of a teasing smile on his face. Interesting. Yi Xian walked towards the door. His expression was very calm, but he was shouting in his heart. Ask him to make me stay. Ask him to make me stay. However, the Divine King had no intention of speaking at all, and just allowed Chen Shi to leave. Yi Xian felt quite embarrassed. Damn it. Why isn't the Divine King playing by the rules? Do I really have to leave just like that? How could I be willing to leave just like that? Behind him, the Divine King and Xing Fan were looking at Yi Xian. The Divine King still had a faint smile on his face. That smile was meaningful. As for Xing Fan, he frowned. Isn't this guy leaving? Why is he walking so slowly? Can't he walk faster? Soon Yi Xian reached the door. When he was about to step out of the door, the green profound sword in his left hand suddenly fell to the ground. Buzz. A faint sword hum rang out. Yi Xian suddenly said, I dropped my sword. As he spoke, he picked it up and pulled out the green profound sword. After sizing up the green profound sword, he felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, it's not broken. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped out of the door. At this moment, the Divine King suddenly said, Wait! Xing Fan. Chapter 2109. Xing Fan pressed his palms together as he gazed at Yi Xian, and he was extremely speechless. He'd finally figured it out. This fellow doesn't want to leave at all, and he's playing hard to get. How treacherous. Yi Xian stopped when he heard the Divine King, and then he turned around and walked quickly over to the Divine King. Senior, do you have any instructions for me? The Divine King spoke softly. Can I have a look at the sword in your hand? Yi Xian smiled. Of course. However, you can only look at it and not sense it. Can I? The Divine King glanced at Yi Xian and smiled. All right. Yi Xian passed the green profound sword to the Divine King. After the latter received the green profound sword, his expression instantly turned grave. Yi Xian stood there quietly and did not speak. A wisp of a complicated expression flashed through the Divine King's eyes after he looked at it for a short while. Dao Monarch Mo, there's someone even earlier than you. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian. Who's the person who made this sword? Yi Xian replied. A relative. A relative. The Divine King grinned. You said that you didn't come here for my inheritance, so I thought you were just trying to trick me. As he spoke, he shook his head. You really don't need my inheritance when you have such a relative. Yi Xian hurriedly said. No. Senior doesn't know, but this relative of mine told me to learn from the outstanding people of the world. That's why I've come here. The Divine King glanced at Yi Xian and Xing Fan, and he fell silent for a moment before he said, Both of you are extraordinary geniuses even during my era. Both of you are very outstanding, but I only have a single inheritance. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Can we each have one? Xing Fan hurriedly nodded. I think so. Yi Xian was speechless. The Divine King roared with laughter. Under normal circumstances, that would be possible. However, my situation is special, and I can only transmit it to one person. Yi Xian and Xing Fan glanced at each other. Both of them fell silent. The Divine King suddenly said, Back then I did have an unfulfilled wish. Whichever of you two can help me complete it, my inheritance will be given to that person. The two of them were silent. God King smiled. My inheritance, other than my lifetime's worth of cultivation, can also help you all reach beyond the universe heart, opening a new door for you all, allowing you to enter a higher martial civilization. Apart from that, there is also a mysterious gift. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before asking, Senior, you can tell me your wish. The Divine King opened his palm, and a jade pendant appeared in his hand. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, A trace of guilt flashed in the God King's eyes. This jade pendant was given to me by the person I love. Back then, we were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. Later on, I let her down. In this life, I have a clear conscience towards the heavens and earth, but I have let her down. She once swore that she would never want to see me again in this life. As he spoke, he looked at Yi Xian and Sung Fan. Whichever of you can make her come here to see me, my inheritance will belong to that person. Sung Fan asked, that senior is still alive? The Divine King nodded. Yi Xian suddenly asked, may I ask, how did senior let that senior down? The Divine King fell silent for a moment before shaking his head. I once promised her that I would never leave her in this life. Later on, I had another woman. When he spoke up to here, he shook his head once more and didn't speak any further. Yi Xian and Sung Fan's expressions became strange. Trash. Yi Xian and Sung Fan exchanged glances. Both of them noticed that this mission didn't seem to be so easy to complete. The Divine King suddenly said, I won't ask for her forgiveness. I just want to apologize to her in person. Sung Fan was slightly puzzled. Senior can't take the initiative to see her? The Divine King nodded. She said that she doesn't want to see me again unless she dies. I know her character, and she will do what she says. If I take the initiative to see her, then I'm afraid she will do something stupid. Both Yi Xian and Sung Fan had a slight headache. Meanwhile, the Divine King flicked his finger, and then 2 rays of white light entered the center of their brows. This is where she lives. Meanwhile, Sung Fan was stunned. Yi Xian looked at Sung Fan. You know her? Sung Fan hesitated for a moment and said, to tell you the truth, she's in my sect. Yi Xian's face froze. The Divine King sighed softly. Sung Fan suddenly pressed his palms together and bowed respectfully. I'm willing to do my best. As he spoke, he turned around and left. The Divine King gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'll give it a try. As he spoke, he hesitated for a moment and said, Senior, can I curse? The Divine King smiled. You can. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and said, you really are trash. The Divine King roared with laughter, and then he flicked his sleeve. Bang! Yi Xian was blasted out of the hall. As soon as he stopped moving, his time body cracked apart, causing blood to spray out. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it. I said I can curse. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He utilized time energy to repair his body, and then he turned around and left. At the same time, he was quite shocked in his heart. The Divine King is so ferocious. He's absolutely not someone an Eternity Heart Realm expert can go against. After he left, Yi Xian headed straight for the monk world. The monk world resided in the monk world. Compared to the other powers, the monk world had a very good reputation in the ancient universe. Not only did they frequently do good deeds, they rarely killed. Yi Xian had just entered the monk world when an old monk obstructed his path. This person was the monk world's head monk, Sing Wu. Sung Wu pressed his palms together. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian blinked. Senior, you wouldn't stop me from entering, right? Sung Wu blinked. That's right. Unfortunately, there's no reward. Yi Xian said solemnly. What happened to fair competition? Sung Wu smiled. Young Master Yi, this is the monk world. We have the right to stop you from entering. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. As far as I know, the monk world also cultivates the mind, right? Sung Wu nodded. Yi Xian looked straight at Sung Wu. Then do you feel guilty for doing this? Sung Wu shook his head. We won't let you in, not to beat you to death. Why would I feel guilty? Just like you, young Master Yi. That sword in your hand is so good. Can you give it to us? If you don't, will you feel guilty? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, then said, that Sung Fan and I are competing fairly. Even if he wins because of your tricks, it's not an honorable victory. Aren't you afraid of ruining his mental state? Sung Wu smiled. Young Master Yi worries too much. In order to achieve our goals, we naturally won't do such actions. But the problem is, we just don't welcome young Master Yi into the monk world. This isn't considered unscrupulous, right? Moreover, as far as I know, the reason why young Master Yi found out about the Divine King ancient ruins was because he killed people to seize their treasures. So does young Master Yi not feel guilty for doing such actions? Yi Xian smiled and said, the immortals came to find trouble with me first. They wanted to kill me, so I can naturally kill them, isn't that right? Sung Wu nodded. Young Master Yi is right. Those who kill can be killed by others. Yi Xian fell silent. Damn it. This old monk is playing Tai Chi. Sung Wu smiled slightly. Young Master Yi, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you. It's not convenient for my monk world to welcome guests today. Another day, I will personally invite young Master Yi to be a guest in the ancient world. At that time, this old monk will personally apologize to young Master Yi. Yi Xian smiled and said, I understand. Sung Wu pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. Long live I understand. Yi Xian smiled. And then he looked towards the depths of the monk world. He fell silent for a moment before he said, is a man like him still worthy of you continuing to love? His voice was transmitted through profound energy, and it instantly spread throughout the entire monk world. In front of Yi Xian, Sung Wu felt a slight headache. If it was any other person, he would have slapped that person a long time ago. But when facing Yi Xian, he was extremely fearful as well. This fellow had just gone to the Bu, or clan, and caused a huge ruckus. Yet the Bu or clan still allowed him to retreat unscathed. Not only that, after Yi Xian killed the members of the Immortals hadn't made a move until now, and it was as if they didn't know about it. At a time like this, the monk world naturally couldn't stand out and provoke Yi Xian. Right at this moment, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The woman wore a monk's robe, but her hair was long and without a gradient. Sung Wu bowed slightly when he saw the woman. Obviously, the woman's status in the monk world was extremely high. The woman stared at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Senior still loves him, right? The woman suddenly placed her right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder, and she said lightly, say that again. Yi Xian said with a smile, you hate him very much. Why would you hate him? Because of love. If you don't love him, then you won't hate him anymore. The woman stared at Yi Xian. She didn't speak, nor did she make a move. Yi Xian looked straight at the woman. He isn't worthy of your love, but you can't let go of this relationship, right? The woman said with a smile. Do you think you know everything? Yi Xian shook his head. Senior, I'm not here to persuade you to go see him. I just want to tell you that this isn't your fault. You entrusted yourself to the wrong person, and it was he who let you down. It's his fault, and you shouldn't waste your youth for someone who isn't worth it. Letting him off is letting yourself off as well. The woman's expression suddenly became ferocious. Let him off? How do you want me to let him off? Back then he personally told me that he would hold my hand and grow old with me. But what happened? Do you know how he treated me? He fooled around with another woman behind my back, and that woman even came to show off in front of me. Yi Xian frowned slightly. If that's the case, then why do you still love him? The woman roared angrily. I only have hatred for him now. Yi Xian said, he seems to have fallen. The woman fell silent. Yi Xian sighed in a low voice. He did feel guilty towards you and you hate him, so you want to punish him, so that he will live in guilt for the rest of his life. As he said that, he shook his head. Senior, what you're doing is wrong. You're not punishing him, you're punishing yourself. On the contrary, when he learns that you hate him, he might even be secretly happy, because he thinks that you hate him because you still love him. Your hatred can't punish a man who no longer loves you. And if he really loves you, he won't let you hate him. When he was with another woman, you should know that he no longer loves you. The woman fell silent. Yi Xian said again, I'm not a saint. I won't let you learn how to be carefree or let go. If I were you when he was with another woman, I would find another man, and I would change my man every day. Moreover, with Senior's looks, I believe that he wasn't the only one who pursued you back then. Senior, the best way to punish a man is for you to live a better life than him, and not for you to live a worse life than him. After a moment of silence, the woman looked at Yi Xian. Then she sized up Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and he was shocked. Damn it. I didn't ask you to look for me. F***ck. Did I get myself into this? P.S. No tickets today. Chapter 21:10. At this moment, the woman suddenly said, "What nonsense are you thinking about?" Yi Xian's heart relaxed when he heard that. It looked like this woman didn't have such thoughts, otherwise, it would be too terrifying. The woman suddenly asked, "He wants me to see him?" Yi Xian nodded. He said that as long as you see him, he will give us the inheritance. The woman stared at Yi Xian. "Do you believe him?" Yi Xian frowned. He wouldn't lie, right? The woman said indifferently, "He even lied to his own woman, let alone you." Yi Xian glanced at the woman and didn't speak. The woman spoke again. "You don't believe me?" Yi Xian said, "He has already fallen, so there's no reason for him to come out and play with people." The woman sneered. "In the boundless world, who doesn't exist?" Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. The woman continued, "I'll accompany you to see him." Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. "Why?" The woman said, "I've been persuaded by you. I'll go with you to see him and settle this enmity." Yi Xian looked at the woman and didn't speak. The woman glanced at Yi Xian. "It's up to you whether you want to come or not." With that, she turned around and left. Staying where he was, Yi Xian followed after a moment of silence. Sung Fan was about to follow but was stopped by the old monk. Sung Fan looked at the old monk, and Sung Wu said softly, "She told you not to follow." Sung Fan said solemnly, "Is she trying to trick Yi Xian?" Sung Wu sighed softly. Soon Yi Xian and the woman arrived at the godly king ruin. The woman walked directly to the godly king and looked at him with a calm expression. At this moment, the godly king slowly opened his eyes and looked at the woman before him with a smile. "You're here." The woman's expression was still calm. "Didn't you want to see me? Now I'm here." The godly king smiled. "I'm sorry about what happened back then." The woman smiled. "It's nothing, it's all in the past. Isn't it?" The divine king looked at the woman without saying a word. The woman suddenly said, "Have I ever asked you for anything?" The god king shook his head. The woman suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. "Can I beg you to kill him?" Yi Xian's expression was calm, as if he wasn't surprised at all. The divine king glanced at Yi Xian, then at the woman. "Why?" The woman chuckled. "I just don't like it. Is that okay?" The god king fell silent. Yi Xian suddenly shook his head and smiled. The woman looked at Yi Xian. "You don't seem surprised." Yi Xian ignored the woman and looked at the god king instead. "I know why you left this woman back then. To be honest, I'm starting to understand you. If it was me, I would also leave such a brainless woman." With that, he turned around and left. The woman narrowed her eyes and looked at the god king. "Why? Are you unwilling?" In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly stopped and turned to look at the woman. "Woman, you shouldn't ask him if he's willing or not, but if he dares or not." "Kill me? Your wishful thinking isn't bad. You want to use the power behind me to target the God King, staining him with karma. If I'm not wrong, the God King hasn't truly fallen. But foolish woman, you've neglected one point. He doesn't dare to kill me." The God King looked at Yi Xian. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian smiled. "Try touching me?" The God King glanced at the azure profound sword in Yi Xian's hand. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then let's try." Yi Xian suddenly raised his thumb. Wang. A sword hum suddenly resounded in the hall. In the next moment, a sword slashed toward the God King. In the distance, the God King's expression was calm. He opened his right hand and lightly tapped. This tap directly blocked Yi Xian's azure profound sword. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly jumped into the air. In an instant, the force of all realms and the momentum of all realms gathered in his body. Not only that, but the power of his bloodline, the core of the universe, and his fighting will were also exerted at this moment. Yi Xian slashed down with his sword. It was a full-strength strike. This slash caused the God King to frown slightly. He suddenly let go of Yi Xian's sword and punched forward. Boom! With a loud explosion, Yi Xian instantly retreated tens of thousands of feet away. However, the God King also retreated tens of thousands of feet away. The moment he stopped, a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. A sword slashed the future. And it was the Azure Profound Sword. This sword directly froze the God King's soul. At the same time, The azure profound sword began to frantically absorb the God King's soul. The God King stared at the distant Yi Xian. A sword slashes the future. He hadn't been able to defend against this attack, because this was the attack that Yi Xian had attacked earlier. To be more precise, Yi Xian had attacked as soon as he entered the hall. This attack came first. As for whether it would kill or not, that would depend on the situation. Yi Xian glanced at the God King. You want to rely on a strand of soul to kill me? Are you dreaming? The God King stared at Yi Xian. How arrogant of you. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. Do you think I care about your inheritance? How laughable. I have so many properties waiting for me to inherit. Do I need your inheritance? Are you daydreaming? Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment before he said, Young master, master isn't dead yet. Watch your words. Yi Xian spoke seriously. He'll be mine sooner or later. Xiao Ta fell silent for a moment before he said, You father and son are really filial. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, the woman in the distance was about to speak. But as soon as she opened her mouth, a sword pierced through her throat. Blood splattered everywhere. A sword slashed the future. At the very beginning, Yi Xian didn't attack once, but twice. One sword slashed the God King, and the other sword slashed the woman. Yi Xian glanced at the woman. I won't let you speak. Just watch quietly and don't speak. Understand? The woman stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced coldly at the two of them and said, I'm really unlucky to have met you two weirdos. In the distance, the strand of soul of the God King had turned completely illusory. The God King looked at Yi Xian. This is just a strand of my soul. Yi Xian's heart stirred suddenly, and the green profound sword stopped absorbing the God King's soul. Yi Xian stared at the God King. Come. Let your main body come. His main body came. The God King looked at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian suddenly said angrily, What the hell are you looking at? Come on. Let your main body come immediately. If I cower, my surname isn't Yi. The God King was silent. Damn it. He had never met such an arrogant person. Yi Xian glanced coldly at the God King and said mockingly, What, your main body doesn't dare to come? The God King stared at Yi Xian. The reason why you're so arrogant is because of the person behind you. If you don't have anyone behind you, what are you? You. Yi Xian smiled. But I do. I King do. My sister is invincible, my father is invincible, and my brother is invincible. If you King don't like it, go kill them. Hearing that, the God King's soul dimmed from anger. Yi Xian didn't say anything else. He directly let the azure profound sword absorb the God King's soul. At this moment, Xiao Ta sighed. Young master, it hasn't been easy for you either. Honestly speaking, you've relied on your own strength all this time. These people are also weirdos. Their realms are so much higher than yours, but they bully the weak and don't allow you to rely on others. What kind of logic is that? After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, Xiao Ta, you finally said something human. It hasn't been easy. Xiao Ta. Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at the woman beside him. At this moment, Sing Wu and the other powerhouses appeared. Sung Wu hurriedly said, Young Master Yi, please show mercy. Gee. Before Sung Wu could finish speaking, a sword plunged into the woman's forehead. The faces of Sung Wu and the others froze. And an old monk behind him was about to attack but was stopped by Sung Wu. Yi Xian walked slowly over to the woman, and the woman gazed at Yi Xian without any fear in her eyes. I underestimated you. Yi Xian gazed at her. Do you know why I'm so angry? I'd intended to mediate the enmity between the two of you, so that both of you can be free. But I never expected that both of you would be free instead. Yet both of you came at me together. Damn it. How can you do that? Is that something a human should do? As he spoke, he suddenly pinched the woman's face with his right hand, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Not to mention a moron like the God King doesn't want a woman like you. Even Tian Yi wouldn't want you. Tian Yi. Xiao Ta hesitated for a moment and said, Young master, to be honest, Tian Yi is just a little arrogant. Actually, he doesn't have any other flaws. Besides that, he's been dead for so many years. Just let him go. Whipping his corpse from time to time is really going too far. Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and the green profound sword appeared in his grasp before he turned around and left. He hadn't chosen to kill the woman. Sung Wu and the others heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly stopped, and he turned around to look at the woman. Do you know why I didn't kill you? Because I'm afraid of dirtying my sword. He intended to leave once he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Xiaota suddenly floated out. Yi Xian gazed at Xiaota. Are you going to put on a show before you leave? Xiaota spoke in a low voice. Young master, do you think I'm like you? As it spoke, it slowly floated to the center of the 4 pillars. Young lord, you've just fought with that god king and this hall has already been destroyed. However, these 4 pillars are still standing. Don't you notice that something's wrong? Yi Xian glanced at the 4 pillars and frowned slightly. Indeed, when he had exchanged blows with the divine king, the 2 of them had been extremely powerful. Just as Small Tower had said, the entire palace hall had been destroyed, but the 4 pillars hadn't. Not only that, the 4 pillars hadn't been damaged in the slightest. How extraordinary! Yi Xian walked over to one of the pillars, and he hesitated for a moment before he pressed his fingers together and swiped. A ray of sword energy slashed directly onto one of the pillars. However, the sword energy shattered on the spot, but the pillar was completely unharmed. A wisp of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. This, as he spoke, he sized up the pillar again, and then he exclaimed with pleasant surprise, a treasure! This is a treasure! Xiaota, I never expected that you would still be of some use. Xiaota fell silent for a moment before he said, I'm fucking having a mental breakdown. Yi Xian. Chapter 21:11. In the field, Yi Xian sized up the pillar in front of him curiously. What's inside the pillar? Yi Xian scanned it with his divine sense and noticed that his divine sense couldn't enter the pillar at all. That shocked Yi Xian. That's something. Yi Xian suddenly withdrew the green profound sword and swept it lightly. Hiss. The pillar split open, and at this moment, an extremely sharp shriek suddenly sounded from within the pillar. A living creature? Yi Xian was stunned. Sung Wu and the others were stunned as well. Meanwhile, the pillar was suddenly torn apart, and then a demon beast flew out. This demon beast was shaped like an eagle, and it was completely dark green with blood-red eyes. Its body flickered in and out of existence, and it was extremely strange. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What demon beast is this? Meanwhile, Sung Wu suddenly spoke with a trembling voice. Wind Soul Beast. Yi Xian looked at Sung Wu. Wind Soul Beast. Sung Wu's expression was extremely solemn. According to legend, when the ancient universe was born, there were 4 great divine beasts and 4 great ancient beasts in the world. This Wind Soul Beast is one of them. It has a nickname, Soul Chasing in the Wind, and its speed is said to be the fastest in the world. Wind Soul Beast. Yi Xian looked at the Wind Soul Beast and asked in his heart, Xiaota, who's stronger between it and Area? Xiaota fell silent for a moment and said, Young master, based on the current situation, only 3 sword strikes can break through Area's defense. Who do you think is stronger? Yi Xian, Xiaota continued. However, this demon beast is very strong as well. It seems to be at the Eternity Heart realm, and ordinary demon beasts are stronger than humans of the same realm. You can subdue it and gain a great helper. Yi Xian asked, How do I subdue it? Xiaota said, Don't you know how to bluff? You bluff. Yi Xian's face darkened. In front of Yi Xian, the Wind Soul Beast was also staring at Yi Xian. It didn't make a move and just stared at him. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he said, How about you follow me? The Wind Soul Beast glanced at Yi Xian and gulped. Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it, this guy can't be thinking of eating me, right? At this moment, the Wind Soul Beast suddenly approached Yi Xian. It sniffed lightly with its nose and revealed a trace of greed on its face, but this greed quickly turned into fear. Yi Xian was somewhat baffled by this demonic beast. Xiaota suddenly said, It wants to drink your blood, but it also feels that you are very dangerous, so it wants to attack but doesn't dare. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then flicked his finger, and a drop of blood suddenly floated in front of the Wind Soul Beast. The wind soul beast's eyes suddenly lit up, and it directly sucked the drop of blood into its mouth. Boom. As the blood entered its body, the wind soul beast directly trembled, and its face revealed a very intoxicated expression. Yi Xian was a little curious. Xiao Ta, is my blood very tempting to demonic beasts? Xiao Ta said. There are 2 reasons. First, your blood is the crazy demon bloodline. It is very powerful. Second, you once devoured Arya's bloodline, and Arya's bloodline was enhanced by Little White. Do you understand? Yi Xian smiled and said, I understand. As he said, he looked at the wind soul beast. Follow me, and I will give you a drop of blood every day. The wind soul beast was a little hesitant. Yi Xian smiled and said, Are you not willing? The wind soul beast glanced at Yi Xian, and after a moment of silence it nodded. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Is this nod of yours willing or not? Wind soul beast, Yi Xian said again. Can it speak human language? The wind soul beast shook its head. It opened its mouth to speak a bunch of gibberish, but Yi Xian couldn't understand it all. Yi Xian hurriedly asked Xiao Ta. Xiao Ta, what is it saying? Xiao Ta said. It said you are like a retard. Wind soul beast. Yi Xian's face was full of black lines. Xiao Ta, are you sure? Xiao Ta said seriously. Young master, do you think I need to scold you? Even if I, Xiao Ta, want to scold people, I will do it in front of them. Yi Xian looked at the wind soul beast with an unfriendly expression. The wind soul beast had an innocent expression. What happened? At this time, Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, you can see its ability. Yi Xian nodded. Wind soul beast, let me see your strength. As he said, he turned to look at Sung Wu. Beat him up. Sung Wu was speechless. The wind soul beast turned to look at Sung Wu, and then it suddenly vanished on the spot. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through the surroundings. Sung Wu's expression changed drastically. Damn it. This kid has no morals. Sung Wu pressed his palms together and chanted, Immovable divine might. As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of golden light suddenly arose from his body. Bang. The wind soul beast collided with the ray of golden light. In an instant, the space in the surroundings shattered, and Sung Wu was blasted into a boundless abyss of space and time. It wasn't just that. Countless cracks had appeared on the golden light around him. Yi Xian's expression instantly became solemn when he witnessed this scene. This wind soul beast is quite ferocious. The wind soul beast was just about to attack when Sung Wu suddenly said, Young Master Yi, I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Yi Xian waved his hand, and the wind soul beast stopped. Sung Wu gazed at Yi Xian, and then he pressed his palms together and bowed slightly. Young Master Yi, I'm not a match for this wind soul beast. I admit defeat. Please don't fight. Yi Xian smiled. Master Monk, I was just joking. Don't get angry. Sung Wu shook his head slightly and laughed bitterly. Damn it. This kid isn't just an ordinary bad guy. Yi Xian gazed at the wind soul beast, while a wisp of a solemn expression could be seen in the depths of his eyes. The wind soul beast's speed was truly too terrifying. At the instant it attacked just now, even he wasn't able to capture its movements. Even though it was at the Eternal Heart Realm as well, its strength absolutely far surpassed ordinary Eternal Heart Realm experts. I've picked up a treasure. Yi Xian walked over to the wind soul beast and grinned. Follow me in the future, and you'll obtain huge benefits. The wind soul beast glanced at Yi Xian, and then it hesitated for a very long time before it nodded. Yi Xian roared with laughter, and then he walked over to the next pillar. He sized it up for a moment, and then he destroyed it with the green profound sword. Meanwhile, a demon beast walked out slowly. The demon beast was shaped like a tiger, had a pair of horns on its head, and was covered in thick dark golden scales. Moreover, it even had 3 tails. Yi Xian sized up the demon beast before him, and then he gazed at Sung Wu. The latter spoke in a low voice. A divine hoe, one of the 4 great primeval beasts. Yi Xian gazed at the divine hoe, and the divine hoe was staring at him as well. Yi Xian pressed his fingers together and pointed forward, and a drop of blood essence flew over to the divine hoe. The divine hoe was slightly stunned, and then it sniffed lightly before swallowing Yi Xian's blood essence. Just like the wind soul beast from before, The divine Ho's entire body trembled after it swallowed Yi Xian's blood essence, and then it revealed an intoxicated expression. Yi Xian smiled. Follow me, and you'll get a drop of blood essence every day. Deal. The divine Ho gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Yi Xian smiled. Xiao Ta, communicate with it. Xiao Ta fell silent for a short moment, and then he started to communicate with the divine Ho. A short while later, the divine Ho gazed at Yi Xian, nodded slightly, and displayed that it was willing to follow him. Yi Xian was slightly curious. Xiao Ta, what did you say to it? Xiao Ta said, I said that if you die one day, your blood will belong to it. Yi Xian's face froze. Sung Wu hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master Yi, they're willing to follow you? Are they willing to follow you? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Sung Wu's expression became strange. Yi Xian smiled and asked, What's wrong? Sung Wu spoke in a low voice. Young Master Yi, the 4 ancient beasts have another nickname, and they're the 4 ferocious beasts. Anyone who goes by their side will never meet a good end. Yi Xian frowned when he heard this. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta said, Don't dwell on that. Arya is a ferocious beast, aren't we? When it spoke up to hear, it seemed to have thought of something and didn't continue. Yi Xian was quite curious. What's wrong? Xiao Ta spoke in a low voice. Damn it. I neglected one thing. Arya is an extremely evil beast in the world. So long as there's evil in the world, then she'll basically never die. Yi Xian asked. And then? Is there a problem? Xiao Ta said. The reason we're fine by following her is because Master is strong enough. He can suppress all the bad things, but the problem is you, young Master. Even though you're very strong now, but according to the 3-day law, I keep having the feeling that you're going downhill. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta said, I feel that young Master should be mentally prepared. Yi Xian laughed. Young Master, don't worry. This time, I won't be hung up and beaten again. Even though I don't dare say that I'm invincible under 3 strikes, but there shouldn't be many who can match me under 3 strikes. Even if there are, I wouldn't be so unlucky as to encounter all of them, right? Xiao Ta spoke in a low voice. That's true. Yi Xian laughed, and then he walked to the next pillar. He sized it up before him, and then he swept it lightly with his sword. Hiss. The pillar split open. Yi Xian glanced at the pillars before him, and he was actually quite shocked, because he noticed that the pillars were extremely hard. If it wasn't for the green profound sword, then he might not have been able to break them open. When he thought up to this point, he put away the fragments of the pillars. I'll keep them to forge a set of armor in the future. Meanwhile, Yi Xian gazed at the pillar before him. After the pillar split open, Yi Xian saw a pair of eyes. A pair of eyes that seemed like lava. Yi Xian was shocked. There was a woman standing in front of him. She wore a fiery red dress, and her hair was like threads of fire that emanated an extremely terrifying and scorching aura. Especially her eyes, they seemed as if they were made from lava, and they burned with raging flames. It was an extremely terrifying sight. Yi Xian sized her up, and then he turned to look at Sung Wu. Sung Wu hesitated for a moment, and then he shook his head. I haven't. Yi Xian was speechless. On the other hand, the Wind Soul Beast and Shen Ho lowered their heads slowly when the woman appeared, and they displayed their respect and submission. Yi Xian gazed at the woman, and then he hesitated for a moment before he tapped with his finger. A drop of blood essence floated slowly towards the woman. The woman glanced at it, and then she suddenly charged forward and smashed her fist towards Yi Xian's chest. Her speed was indescribably swift. Yi Xian didn't even have the chance to react before her fist smashed against his chest. Bang! Yi Xian instantly retreated explosively into an unknown spatial abyss. His body didn't shatter, but a strand of blood flowed slowly from the corner of his mouth. He'd only just stopped when a hand clamped down on his throat and slowly lifted him up. Xiao Ta suddenly said, I told you to be mentally prepared. You refused to believe that. Damn it. You really can't stay handsome for 3 days. Accept your fate. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta asked again, Why didn't you fight back? Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, The sword still needs to fly for a while. Xiao Ta was speechless. Chapter 21:12. He still had to fly for a while longer. He'd attacked as soon as the woman attacked, and he'd even slashed the future with it. However, he hadn't expected that the woman would restrain him first, and his sword would take a while to appear. At this moment, he'd noticed the greatest flaw of slashing the future with a single slash. It targeted the future, and it was elusive and impossible to guard against. But what about now? If someone were to kill him now? The biggest precondition to executing the slash was that he couldn't die right now. Meanwhile, the woman in front of Yi Xian spoke abruptly. "Stop that attack of yours." Her voice was slightly hoarse, but it wasn't unpleasant. Conversely, it carried the smell of smoke, and it was very special. Yi Xian's pupils constricted when he heard her. She actually knew that he'd executed the slash. Damn it. How could she possibly know? Meanwhile, the woman's eyes narrowed slightly. "Stop." Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, "Stop at the same time." The woman fell silent for a moment, and then she relaxed her right hand. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the green profound sword immediately stopped. The woman glanced at Yi Xian in silence, but there was a trace of vigilance in her eyes. She wasn't confident in her ability to defend herself against the slash Yi Xian had executed just now. Besides the special nature of the slash itself, it was also because of the green profound sword. The defenses of demon beasts were very strong. But only Arya wasn't afraid of the green profound sword. Yi Xian gazed at the woman. "What's your name?" The woman stared at Yi Xian without speaking. She just stared at him. Yi Xian smiled. "What's your name, miss?" The woman fell silent for a moment before she said, "The Divine Oracle." "The Divine Oracle." Yi Xian blinked. "One of the 4 great ancient beasts?" The woman gazed at Yi Xian in silence. Meanwhile, Seng Wu hesitated for a moment before he said, "Young man, the Divine Oracle isn't one of the 4 great ancient beasts, it's one of the 4 great divine beasts. Moreover, it's the leader of the 4 divine beasts." Yi Xian was stunned. He then looked at the woman. "Why are you with the 4 ancient beasts?" The Divine Oracle looked at Yi Xian. "You're in trouble." Yi Xian frowned. "What do you mean?" The Divine Imperial Court remained calm. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. But after taking 2 steps, she stopped and turned to look at the Wind Soul Beast and Shin Ho. "Do you think he can protect you?" The 2 beasts fell silent. After a while, the Wind Soul Beast began to speak in gibberish. Yi Xian frowned. "Xiaota, what did it say?" Xiaota said, "It said following you, it's safe." Yi Xian laughed. He looked at the Wind Soul Beast and praised, "You have good taste." Then he looked at the Divine Imperial Goddess. "Divine Imperial Goddess, if I'm not wrong, you were trapped here before, right?" The Divine Imperial Goddess stared at Yi Xian. After a moment of silence, she said, "Human run." Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "Why?" The Divine Imperial Goddess said softly, "As you said, we were trapped here. The Divine King is just a guard. There is a force behind him that you can't afford to provoke. You killed a wisp of his divine soul, and let us go. This is the same as provoking that force. You have no idea what you will face next." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Can you tell me more about that force?" The Divine Imperial Goddess looked at Yi Xian. "Have you heard of the Monster Sect?" "Monster Sect?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Never." After a moment of silence, the Divine Imperial Goddess opened her palm, and a storage ring floated in front of Yi Xian. "This ring contains the monster core I collected. Consider it my repayment for saving my life." Then she turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Will they let you go?" The Divine Imperial Goddess shook her head. "No." Yi Xian said, "They won't let me go either. If that's the case, then we can work together. What do you think?" The Divine Imperial Goddess turned to look at Yi Xian. "I, the Divine Imperial Goddess, will not surrender to the monster beast, nor will I follow a human." Then she was about to leave. Yi Xian suddenly appeared in front of the Divine Imperial Goddess. He smiled. "Let's talk somewhere else." Then he brought the Divine Imperial Goddess into the Xiaota. After entering the Xiaota, the Divine Imperial Goddess's pupils contracted. It was obvious that she had discovered the uniqueness of the space inside the Xiaota. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the divine imperial goddess suddenly looked at him. What did you just say? Yi Xian was taken aback. Then he said, let's talk somewhere else. The divine imperial goddess shook her head. The previous sentence. Yi Xian said, let's work together. The divine imperial goddess immediately agreed. Yi Xian's expression froze. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly said, how fragrant. Yi Xian glanced at the divine imperial goddess and said, I thought you don't follow a human? The divine imperial goddess's expression was calm. It's for different people. Yi Xian. At this moment, the divine imperial goddess suddenly said, release the other monster beast as well. Yi Xian nodded. He left Xiaota and went to the pillar. He held his sword and lightly cut it. Hiss. The pillar immediately shattered. At this moment, a monster beast slowly walked out. The monster beast was shaped like an ape. Its muscles bulged as it walked, and it was filled with strength. Yi Xian sized up the demon beast and then he said, what's this? Sung Wu quickly said, Fei Lian, one of the 4 primordial beasts. Fei Lian. Yi Xian was about to speak, but the divine imperial goddess suddenly appeared in front of the Fei Lian. She said a few words, and then turned to Yi Xian. Now all 4 of us will follow you. We have a common enemy, the demon sect. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Can you tell me about this demon sect? The divine imperial goddess fell silent for a moment, and then she said, it's a terrifying organization formed by the Demon Race Alliance. They are madly collecting people and monster beasts with special bloodlines from countless worlds. As she spoke, she sized up Yi Xian. You'll be finished once they find out about your bloodline. The demon sect. Yi Xian frowned slightly, and he asked after a while, why did they imprison you? The divine imperial goddess spoke indifferently. Their goal is to make all the monster beasts in countless worlds submit to them. We are unwilling to submit, so they imprison us here until we submit. Yi Xian smiled. How domineering. The divine imperial goddess said softly. There's something even more domineering. Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the sky in the distance suddenly trembled violently. In the next second, a terrifying aura suddenly swept across the sky. The divine imperial goddess looked at the sky with a hint of solemnity in her eyes. It's coming. At this time, the azure sword in Yi Xian's left hand suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, the divine imperial goddess looked at Yi Xian deeply, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. There was only one way to deal with Yi Xian, and that was to kill him as soon as he drew his sword. At this time, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky. He looked down at Yi Xian below, and his eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism. It really is a special bloodline. Special bloodline. Yi Xian glanced at the middle-aged man, and was about to speak. However, the middle-aged man suddenly clawed at Yi Xian with his right hand, and an extremely terrifying force swept down. Sung Wu's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. Because the middle-aged man wasn't just targeting Yi Xian, he was targeting everyone here. Sung Wu immediately said, Young Master Yi, I still have matters to attend to. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, the woman that Yi Xian's sword had nailed hadn't left, and she was staring fixedly at Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around to look at the divine imperial goddess. Help me block it for a while. My sword has to fly for a while longer. The divine imperial goddess glanced at Yi Xian. Can't you make your sword fly a little faster? Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. It's too fast. They can stop it. The divine imperial goddess was speechless. She tapped the ground lightly with her right foot, and then her figure shot into the sky before she smashed her fist forward. Bang! In an instant, the space here seethed while strands of powerful energy surged incessantly towards the surroundings. The divine imperial goddess returned to where she stood with a calm expression on her face. The middle-aged man glanced at the divine imperial goddess. Divine imperial goddess, the sect master admires you, and that's your fortune. Yet you don't know what's good for you and actually refuse to submit. As he spoke, he shook his head slightly. How foolish of you. As soon as he finished speaking, He took another step forward. Bang! As soon as his foot descended, the space above Yi Xian shattered. In the next moment, an enormous foot that could hold up the sky suddenly stomped down. In an instant, the space in an area of a few million kilometers had been split into an enormous spider web, and it was an extremely shocking sight. Yi Xian turned around to look at the divine imperial goddess. The divine imperial goddess pondered deeply for a moment, and then she opened her palm. A strand of flames suddenly shot into the sky from her palm. Bang! In an instant, the entire sky turned into a sea of flames, and the enormous foot was wrapped tightly by the flames of the divine imperial goddess, unable to move an inch further. In the sky, the middle-aged man squinted his eyes slightly. He suddenly vanished on the spot, and then he smashed his fist towards the divine imperial goddess. A ferocious look flashed in the divine imperial goddess's eyes. She suddenly vanished on the spot, and in the next moment, a strand of flames shot into the sky. She directly took it head-on. Boom! A loud noise suddenly resounded in the sky, and then a sea of flames spread out in all directions. The entire sky instantly turned into a sea of flames, as if it was a purgatory. Yi Xian suddenly glanced at the Wind Soul Beast and the Divine Imperial Beast. Why don't you do anything? The two beasts looked at Yi Xian in confusion. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young lord, the beasts are very prideful. Under normal circumstances, when two beasts fight one-on-one, the other beasts won't gang up on them, unlike you." Xiao Ta hurriedly stopped as he spoke. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then said, "No, absolutely not. Their way of thinking and thinking can't be tolerated. We have to change it." Xiao Ta said calmly, "It can't be changed. The beasts are very principled. Asking them to gang up on someone is an insult to them, a great insult. They will never do it even if they are beaten to death." Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and in his palm, there were 10 drops of blood essence. He looked at the Wind Soul Beast and the Divine Imperial Beast. "Kill it, and these are all yours." The two beasts hesitated for a moment, and then shook their heads. Another 10 drops of blood essence appeared in Yi Xian's palm. "Kill it, and these are all yours." The two beasts looked at each other, and in the next moment, they charged forward as if they were on steroids. Xiao Ta was silent for a moment, and then said, "You're too hasty." Chapter 21:13. A group fight. One had to admit that the Wind Soul Beast and God Ho were very strong. As soon as they joined the battle, the middle-aged man was instantly beaten up. A few breaths later, the middle-aged man's body was shattered. After he stopped, the middle-aged man said angrily, "You actually ganged up on me." The Wind Soul Beast and God Ho looked at each other, and they were slightly hesitant. "Ganging up on me is indeed a bit dishonorable." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man roared angrily, "Despicable! Shameless! Ganging up on me, where's your face? Where's your face?" The Wind Soul Beast and God Ho looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian laughed. "What's the use of my face?" As he spoke, he looked at the Wind Soul Beast and God Ho and asked, "What's the use of my face?" The two demon beasts fell silent. "Strictly speaking, my face doesn't seem to be of much use." Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man and smiled. "Since you're talking about my face, then let me ask you, your cultivation is so high, but mine is so low, yet you want to kill me. Where's your face?" The middle-aged man stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Human." Yi Xian laughed. "Didn't you want to fight one-on-one? Come, I'll fight you one-on-one." The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. "Are you sure?" Yi Xian nodded. "You can repair your body now. I promise not to attack, and they won't attack as well." The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. "Really?" Yi Xian said. "I can swear to the heavens that if I attack you while you're recovering, then let 1,000,000 swords pierce through my heart and I die." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, "You're a swordsman, I believe you." As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged and was about to repair his body, but at this moment, a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. Bang! The middle-aged man's soul was directly locked. All the demon beasts. The middle-aged man was stunned, and then he looked at Yi Xian and roared. "Human, you said you wouldn't attack. Not only did you attack, but you also launched a sneak attack." Yi Xian frowned. "Did I attack? I didn't." The middle-aged man was also stunned. Because Yi Xian really didn't do anything just now. If it wasn't Yi Xian who did it, then who did it? The middle-aged man didn't have time to think too much. This was because Yi Xian's sword was frantically absorbing his soul. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and said resentfully, "Human, you'll pay a terrible price for your despicable actions." As his voice faded, his soul was completely absorbed. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the Qingxian sword returned to his hand. He looked at the 3 demonic beasts at the side, and they were all silent. Yi Xian laughed. "Do you think I'm despicable?" The Wind Soul Beast and God Ho nodded. In the world of demon beasts, everyone liked to be straightforward. They really didn't like people like Yi Xian who played dirty. The Divine Oracle looked at Yi Xian. "I don't like your behavior." Yi Xian laughed. "I don't need you to like me." Then he looked at the 3 demonic beasts. "I finally know why you've been locked up for so many years. You're not as strong as them, and you don't even use your brains. With your brains, you should be locked up until you die." The Divine Oracle narrowed its eyes. "What do you mean?" Yi Xian said coldly. "Let me ask you, are you as strong as the monster religion?" The Divine Oracle was silent. Yi Xian continued. "Do you have more people or the monster religion has more people?" The Divine Oracle was still silent. Yi Xian laughed. "You don't have more people, and you're not as strong. Let me ask you, what do you have to fight against them?" The Divine Oracle was silent. Yi Xian smiled and opened his palm. 20 drops of blood floated in front of the Wind Soul Beast and God Ho. "You don't need to follow me. I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates." Then he turned around and left. At this time the other demonic beast, Fei Lian, suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. He looked at Yi Xian. "I'll follow you. I'm shameless." Yi Xian laughed. "Fine." With that, he brought the Fei Lian with him and walked away. On the other side, the woman who was being stared at suddenly said, "You know nothing about the monster religion." Yi Xian glanced at the woman. "Please don't try to make your presence known." "Thank you." Then he disappeared into the horizon with the Fei Lian. The 3 demonic beasts of the Divine Oracle were silent. They didn't expect Yi Xian to give up on them so suddenly. After all, they were super demonic beasts, and many people wanted them to follow them. At this time, the Divine Oracle suddenly looked up, and the next second, the sky cracked open. Then more than 10 shadows rushed out. The monster religion. The Divine Oracle's pupils contracted, and its right hand slowly clenched. At this time, an old man appeared in front of the Divine Oracle. He looked at the Divine Oracle and said, "We're surprised that you can come out." After a moment of silence, the Divine Oracle said, "Lian Qi, let's fight one-on-one." The old man named Lian Qi shook his head. "There's no need for that. Go." As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic beasts behind Lian Qi charged towards the 3 demonic beasts from the Divine Imperial family. Seeing this, the Wind Soul Beast was enraged. "How dare you gang up on me?" Lian Qi said sarcastically, "We're enemies. Do we need to talk about morality with you? What a joke." The Wind Soul Beast. On the other side, Yi Xian was flying on his sword. Xiao Tao suddenly said, "Young master, are you going to give up on them just like that?" Yi Xian smiled. "What else can I do?" Xiao Tao said, "It's a pity." Yi Xian shook his head. "There's nothing to pity about. My values are different from theirs. If we force ourselves to be together, everyone will feel awkward. Unlike you, Xiao Tao. You're shameless, and I'm shameless as well. There's nothing wrong with us being together." Xiao Tao. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly frowned and stopped in his tracks. Not far from him, the space-time split open and an old man walked out. It was Lian Qi. Behind Lian Qi were 12 strong monsters. Apart from them, there was also a giant cage. Inside the cage, Yi Xian saw the Divine Imperial Beast, the Wind Soul Beast, and the Divine Ho. Captured? Yi Xian frowned slightly. At this time, the azure profound sword in his hand disappeared without a trace. Lian Qi looked at Yi Xian. "You're Yi Xian." Yi Xian nodded. Lian Qi sized up Yi Xian and said, "Special bloodline." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Were you sent by the Divine King?" Lian Qi's lips curled into a sneer. What does he have to do that? Yi Xian was silent. Lian Qi continued. Do you want to come with me, or do I need to take you with me? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. I'll go with you. Lian Qi's expression was calm. You know your place. Yi Xian said in a low voice. Sir, can I exchange a move with you? Lian Qi stared at Yi Xian. Looks like you're not willing to follow me. Yi Xian nodded quickly. Just one move. Lian Qi said. Make your move. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he was, and slashed at Lian Qi. Lian Qi's expression was calm as he raised his hand and punched. Boom. A wave of sword light shattered and Yi Xian was knocked several thousand zhang away. As soon as he stopped, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Lian Qi was stunned. So weak. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be this weak. In the beginning, he was wary of Yi Xian. After all, it was this guy who destroyed the Divine King's divine soul, and saved the Divine Imperial Court's people. However, he didn't expect this guy to be this weak. Was he too strong? In the distance, Yi Xian was still spitting out blood as if he was going to die from vomiting blood. Lian Qi looked at Yi Xian with a frown. You're this weak? Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Yes. Lian Qi glanced at Yi Xian and shook his head. You're wasting my energy. Take him away. Then he turned around. At this moment, something strange happened. As if he felt something, his pupils shrank. Just as he was about to retreat, a sword pierced through his forehead. Boom. Lian Qi's body shook violently as his divine soul quickly dissipated. Lian Qi was confused. Who? Saying so, he turned to look at Yi Xian in the distance. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Who? Lian Qi looked at Yi Xian. It's not you. Yi Xian blinked his eyes. No. Lian Qi furrowed his brows and looked around. However, he did not sense anything. Lian Qi's eyes flashed with confusion. Who is it? Boom. At this moment, the Azure Profound Sword had completely absorbed Lian Qi. After that, the Azure Profound Sword disappeared. In the field, the experts of the demon religion looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly said, Who is it? The experts of the demon religion looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian kept scanning the surroundings. His eyes were filled with vigilance. At this moment, one of the experts from the demon sect said solemnly, Retreat. Retreat. Lian Qi was killed in a second and they didn't even know who killed him. What's the point? At this moment, a sword suddenly pierced through the head of the leader of the demon religion's experts. Boom. The divine soul of the demon religion's expert was instantly absorbed. The rest of the experts of the demon religion were shocked and retreated. They glanced around and then looked at Yi Xian again. They found Yi Xian was also on the alert, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Not only was he on the alert, but he was also frightened, as if the next sword attack would be aimed at him. Not this guy? The experts of the demon religion's eyes were filled with doubt. In the cage, the Imperial God looked at Yi Xian in silence. As a matter of fact, if the experts of the demon religion swarmed over, Yi Xian would definitely be finished because Yi Xian's sword was to slash the future. As long as they could control Yi Xian during this period, Yi Xian would be finished. However, these guys didn't attack Yi Xian. Of course, it was also because Yi Xian's acting skills were too good. He was simply acting like an emperor. If she didn't know Yi Xian, even she would think that it wasn't Yi Xian who did it. At this moment, another expert of the demon religion died. At this moment, the experts of the demon religion's expressions changed drastically. Without any hesitation, the remaining experts turned around and fled, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian's expression returned to normal. He opened his palm, and the azure sword returned to his hand. He glanced at the three demons of the Imperial God and casually waved his hand, sending out a ray of sword light. Chi. The cage was destroyed. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and left. At this moment, the Imperial God suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked at Yi Xian and patted her beautiful face. From now on, I don't want my face anymore. Yi Xian. Xiaota. P.S. From now on, I don't want my face anymore. Begging for votes. 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 Chapter 21:14. Shameless. As soon as the divine oracle finished speaking, the wind soul beast and god ape nodded, expressing their shamelessness. As Yi Xian said, "What's the use of being shameless?" "Useless." Yi Xian thought about it, then said, "Are you sure?" The divine oracle nodded. Yi Xian smiled. "Welcome to the Shameless Alliance." Shameless Alliance. In the end, he still decided to nurture some experts, and these demonic beasts in front of him were more suitable. With small pagoda and his own bloodline, nurturing these demonic beasts wasn't difficult at all. As long as he could train these monster beasts, it would be equivalent to having a few more helpers. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly said, "What realm was that old man at?" The divine oracle said softly, "Eternal Heart Realm." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Or the Eternal Heart Realm?" The divine oracle nodded, including that god king. He was also at the Eternal Heart Realm, but much stronger than the average Eternal Heart Realm. Yi Xian said solemnly, "The Eternal Heart Realm is also divided into strong and weak. In other words, this Eternal Heart Realm also has small realms, right?" The divine oracle said softly, "The Eternal Heart Realm is divided into 6 levels." 6 levels. Yi Xian facepalmed, a headache coming on. The divine oracle looked at Yi Xian. "What's wrong?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Every time I hear about realms, I get a headache." The divine oracle didn't understand. "Why?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Tell me about the Eternal Heart Realm." The divine oracle said solemnly. "You should know that to reach the Eternal Heart Realm, one must absorb a great universe and then refine a universe heart." Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The divine imperial court continued. "But eternal heart powerhouses can still continue to devour. Some powerhouses who have reached the Eternal Heart Realm, after devouring another cosmos, their cultivation will double, which is the 2nd level of the Eternal Heart Realm. The strongest I have seen was a 5th level Eternal Heart powerhouse who devoured 5 super cosmoses. His heart of the universe wasn't just 1, it was 5 combined. Extremely terrifying." Yi Xian frowned. "You can do that?" The divine oracle nodded. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something and suddenly felt a little regretful, because when he killed them just now, he'd even destroyed the heart of the universe. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to destroy the heart of the universe, but the problem was that his sword was the green profound sword. What kind of heart of the universe could block this sword? If he hadn't destroyed the other party's heart of the universe, wouldn't he have been able to absorb it? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to rely on devouring the cosmic core to increase their cultivation. After all, devouring a cosmic core didn't just require a powerful fleshly body, it also required a powerful bloodline. Furthermore, it also required the cooperation of the cosmic core. His special physique and bloodline allowed him to devour. Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. At this moment, the divine oracle suddenly said, "What are you thinking about?" Yi Xian laughed. "No. How could I possibly be thinking about something bad?" The imperial god glanced at Yi Xian, and then he said in a low voice, "Lian Qi's death will draw the attention of the demon sect very soon. If I'm not wrong, they might dispatch experts at the 3rd level of the Eternal Heart Realm very soon." Yi Xian asked, "That Lian Qi from before was at the 2nd level?" The divine oracle nodded. Yi Xian gazed silently at the green profound sword in his hand. "Can I kill a 3rd level Eternal Heart expert?" Actually, he was slightly worried, because his future sever had an especially huge flaw, and it was that it would take a very long time before the outcome of his attack appeared. Moreover, if the other party attacked him during this period of time, then it would be quite a headache for him. If he didn't use the green profound sword to execute future sever, then he could use the green profound sword to defend himself. With the green profound sword to defend himself, then he wouldn't have to fear a 3rd level Eternal Heart expert. But the problem was that it would be difficult to kill the other party if he didn't use the green profound sword. After all, some Eternal Heart experts possessed extremely terrifying fleshly bodies. Yi Xian had a slight headache. Meanwhile, the divine oracle suddenly said, "What's your plan?" Yi Xian looked at the divine oracle. "What level are you at?" The divine oracle answered, second level. Yi Xian frowned. You're at the second level, and Lian Qi is also at the second level. Why are you? The divine oracle answered. They ganged up on me. Yi Xian's expression became strange. So this guy was ganged up on. No wonder he chose to be shameless in the beginning. The divine oracle asked again. What's your plan? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, cultivate and wait for them to come. The divine oracle frowned. Cultivate? Yi Xian nodded. He glanced at the wind soul beast and the divine ape. They are at the first level of eternal heart, right? The two monster beasts nodded. Yi Xian said in a deep voice. Our top priority now is to improve our strength. Divine oracle, you must reach the third level. Wind soul beast and divine ape must reach the second level. The divine oracle frowned. In this short period of time. At this point she suddenly stopped. She thought of Xiaota. Yi Xian looked at the divine oracle. My blood can help you, right? The divine oracle nodded. Yes. Your bloodline is very special. It's a great temptation to us demonic beasts. Yi Xian asked, how much blood do I need? The divine oracle was silent for a moment and said, I don't know. Yi Xian opened his palm and a white jade bottle appeared in front of the divine oracle. Try it first and see if it's enough. The divine oracle nodded. Okay. With that, she immediately returned to the small tower. The divine oracle sat on the ground and opened the white jade bottle. She poured a drop of blood into her mouth. Boom. As soon as the drop of blood entered her body, the divine oracle's pupils shrank. The blood in her body suddenly boiled and a powerful aura rushed out from her body. Kaboom. In an instant, the space around the divine oracle was boiling. Xiaota's voice suddenly sounded in the divine oracle's mind. Miss, you must reach the third level or even the fourth level as soon as possible. The divine oracle frowned. Why? Xiaota said. Because that's the only way you can stay by the young master's side. If your speed of improvement is too slow, the young master will leave you behind in no time. When that happens, you will leave him. Before you, he had many women by his side, but none of them could keep up with him. Most of them couldn't keep up with him and left. The divine oracle was silent. Xiaota continued. Maybe you're thinking, what's so special about following him? Am I right? The divine oracle nodded. Small Tower said in an indifferent voice. Young master himself is rather an idiot, but he has a tower. Do you know me? I've been cultivating inside Xiaota for 10 years, but it's only been a day outside. If you can stay here and cultivate for a while longer, hee. The divine oracle was silent. Xiaota continued. If you want to stay by his side, you have to be very powerful or keep up with him. Otherwise, you will be forgotten soon. The divine oracle suddenly said. If you think he's an idiot, then why are you still following him? After a moment of silence, Xiaota said, Don't talk so much. The divine oracle was speechless. Aside from Xiaota, Yi Xian gave the three beasts some blood essence and let them cultivate inside the tower. Yi Xian took a look around, then turned around and disappeared. Not long after, the space where Yi Xian was standing suddenly trembled. The next second, the space seemed to be cut open by a pair of scissors. Then a man in a white robe walked out. After the man walked out, he glanced around and frowned slightly. After a very, very long time, the man opened his palm, and a command token appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the command token suddenly vanished. As the token disappeared, the man said softly, Come out. There was no response. The man looked to the right. Come out. Still no response. The man shook his head. The young man with the sword is wearing a cloud blue robe. At this moment, a man slowly walked out. The man was none other than Yi Xian. In fact, he never left. He was waiting for the powerful cultivators from the monster sect to come because he knew they would definitely come. Yi Xian looked at the man. You found me. The man looked at Yi Xian. Your cultivation level is low, but your strength is very strong. You're not walking the normal path. Yi Xian smiled. Yes. To him, he would drag it out as long as he could because his sword would need to fly for a while. After a moment of silence, the man said, I can't live. Am I right? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The man looked at the scabbard in Yi Xian's hand and said softly, "You dared to wait for me here, which means you have the confidence to kill me. There is no sword in your scabbard, which means you've already drawn your sword. Am I right?" Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn it! I've encountered an expert. If the man is on guard, then it will be very difficult for me to kill him with my future slash. If I can't kill him with my future slash, then I'll be in danger. At this moment, the man suddenly smiled. You're silent, your gaze is lowered, and your left hand is holding the scabbard tightly. This is a sign of being on guard. In other words, you're on guard against me. In other words, you're not confident that you can kill me with your previous attack. Yi Xian looked at the man and smiled. You took out a token as soon as you arrived. If I'm not wrong, you're calling for help. And you're calling for help because you're afraid. Now that you're telling me this, it proves that you're even more afraid. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Before you arrived, I did draw my sword. Let's make a bet. Let's bet whether my sword can take your life. Do you want to bet? The man looked at Yi Xian, and after a moment of silence he smiled. What's the bet? Yi Xian blinked. Your life. The man smiled. Only my life? What about yours? Yi Xian smiled. The third level of the Eternal Heart Realm can't kill me. The man sized up Yi Xian and nodded slightly. If the third level of the Eternal Heart Realm can't kill you, then what about the fourth level of the Eternal Heart Realm? As he spoke, a powerful aura suddenly surged out of his body. The fourth level of the Eternal Heart Realm. At this moment, the man smiled. Your eyes are narrowed. At the same time, there's a trace of seriousness in the depths of your eyes. Obviously, you're not so confident. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Brother Yi, I bet that your sword can't kill me. Chapter 21:15. Yi Xian glanced at the man and smiled. You're that confident? The man smiled. I was slightly fearful, but Brother Yi gave me confidence. As he spoke, he glanced at the surroundings and chuckled. I'm slightly looking forward to Brother Ye's attack. Yi Xian took a deep glance at the man. You win. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. The man frowned slightly when he witnessed this scene. He left just like that? Could it be that I overestimated him? The man looked towards the distance, and his frown grew deeper after a short while passed. Because he noticed that Yi Xian had really left. The man seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that he was just trying to scare me? Right at this moment, a sword suddenly appeared before the center of his brows. The man's expression instantly changed drastically, and a powerful force converged between his brows. Bang! An expanse of light erupted, and the man was instantly blasted almost 30 kilometers back. As soon as he stopped moving, the center of his brows suddenly split open, and it split open extremely swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the man's entire body seemed like a piece of porcelain that had suffered a heavy blow, and it instantly shattered into pieces. Only his soul remained. However, another sword appeared at this moment. It wasn't the green profound sword. Because Yi Xian exerted 2 sword moves in total at the beginning, the green profound sword was merely the first attack. The second attack was the final attack. The man's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this attack, and then he tapped lightly with his right hand. In an instant, the space where his finger descended started to ripple, and then countless strands of powerful soul energy swept out from between his fingers. Bang! Yi Xian's attack was blocked, but the man's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of needles in the next moment. This attack carried a special energy that targeted the soul. A single strike to the soul. Bang! The man's soul instantly retreated explosively, and his soul was almost translucent when he stopped moving. The man didn't hesitate at all to turn around and vanish into the horizon. Flee. He knew that he had to flee right now. He would definitely die if he was a moment slower. As soon as the man disappeared, Yi Xian appeared in his original position. He looked at the sky and frowned deeply. He didn't expect that even after slashing the future twice, he still wouldn't be able to kill his opponent. An expert at the third level of the Eternity Heart Realm. Yi Xian was silent. The opponent was weak? No, his opponent was not weak at all. If the other party chose to make the first move, he might not be able to block it because he had already used the green profound sword to execute the one sword to sever the future. Even if he used the green profound sword to defend, he did not dare to say that he would be able to defend against his opponent's attack. Unfortunately, the man did not choose to attack directly. Yi Xian looked at the Qingxian sword in his hand and shook his head. Just as Zhou Xing had said, he had to make the first move against a true expert, and he might only have one chance. If he couldn't kill or heavily injure the other party, he would be in trouble once the other party counterattacked. After a while, Yi Xian turned around and left. He still needed to improve. It wasn't a bad thing that he didn't kill the man this time, because if he were to directly kill that man, then the demon sect might directly send an expert at the 5th or even the 6th level of the Eternity Heart Realm. Judging from his exchange with the man just now, he was definitely not a match for experts at the 5th level of the Eternal Heart Realm. The man didn't die, which meant that there would be a buffer period, and he could use this time to improve his strength. On the other side, the man fled dozens of star fields before stopping. The man looked around, his eyes still filled with vigilance. After a while, after confirming that Yi Xian hadn't caught up, the man breathed a sigh of relief. The man frowned slightly. What a strange sword. He still had lingering fears when he thought of Yi Xian's 2 swords. Those 2 swords were really too strange. After a while, the man seemed to think of something, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The one sword to sever the future. A trace of disbelief flashed in the man's eyes. How did he do it? The one sword to sever the future. Against time? No. The man was very clear that the normal against time was fundamentally different from Yi Xian's sword. The normal against time could not pose a threat to him at all. After a moment of silence, the man said softly, "Interesting." After saying that, he slowly closed his eyes and began to repair his body. He didn't immediately return to the demon sect, because he found that things weren't so simple. Logically speaking, an expert of Yi Xian's level shouldn't appear in this kind of place. Moreover, he also found that Yi Xian's realm was very low. His top priority now was to investigate Yi Xian. Inside Xiaota, Yi Xian came to the front of the Divine Imperial Palace. After the Divine Imperial Palace devoured his blood essence, its aura was getting stronger and stronger. It shouldn't be long before it reached the 3rd level of the Eternal Heart Realm. At this time, the Divine Imperial Palace opened its eyes and looked at Yi Xian. Was that person at the 4th level? Yi Xian nodded. The Divine Imperial Palace was silent. Are there a lot of 4th level experts in the demon sect? Yi Xian smiled. The Divine Imperial Palace shook its head. Not many, but not too few either. The higher the level, the harder it is to improve, especially for demonic beasts. There are too many restrictions for them to improve. Of course, once a demonic beast succeeds, its strength will be much stronger than a human of the same level. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "In other words, even in the demon sect, there are very few 5th and 6th level experts?" The Divine Imperial Palace nodded. "I understand." Yi Xian nodded. The Divine Imperial Palace glanced at Yi Xian. "Don't underestimate your enemy. Even a 4th level expert is very terrifying. Those who can reach the 4th level are definitely not ordinary demonic beasts." "That's true." Yi Xian smiled. The man just now had shocked him, especially his observation skills. This was also a wake-up call. This demon sect was not simple. The Divine Imperial Palace suddenly said, "What's your plan?" "Plan?" Yi Xian smiled. Then he said, "What else can I do? Of course, it's to improve my strength. Unfortunately, there are no Eternal Heart Realm experts." He shook his head. If he could get a few Heart of the Universe, his strength would increase greatly. The Divine Imperial Palace frowned. "Eternal Heart Realm? You're looking for Eternal Heart Realm experts?" Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, "Yes. Although I don't know why you're looking for Eternal Heart Realm experts, I can point out a place where there are many of them." "What place?" Yi Xian asked. "Sky Demon Realm. It's a branch of the demon sect. There are at least a few Eternal Heart Realm demonic beasts there. The kind that aren't weak. Sky Demon Realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. How do I get there? The divine imperial palace pointed with a finger. A white light entered Yi Xian's forehead. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian opened his palm. The azure profound sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment he disappeared. Sky Demon Realm. Inside Xiaota, the divine imperial palace's expression became solemn when it learned that Yi Xian had arrived at Sky Demon Realm. Yi Xian's sword had such a terrifying ability. As soon as Yi Xian arrived, a divine sense locked onto him. In the next moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The azure profound sword in Yi Xian's scabbard had disappeared. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian smiled. Don't you know who I am? The middle-aged man was silent for a moment. Yi Xian. Yi Xian roared with laughter. That's right. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, why have you come to my Sky Demon Realm? Yi Xian glanced behind the middle-aged man and said, If I'm not wrong, you're calling for help, right? A wisp of viciousness flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes. In the next moment he suddenly charged forward and punched at Yi Xian. This punch caused the entire sky to explode, and a powerful force swept towards Yi Xian like a ferocious beast. In an instant the surrounding space started seething. He decided to take the initiative. Because he knew that if Yi Xian appeared here, then either Yi Xian or he would die. However, his fist hadn't even gotten close to Yi Xian when a sword pierced through the center of his forehead. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed out from the back of the middle-aged man's head. However, this sword had locked onto the middle-aged man and hadn't destroyed him completely. On the other hand, the middle-aged man's formidable force had instantly vanished as if it had never existed. The middle-aged man gazed at Yi Xian with slight disbelief. Your sword? Yi Xian suddenly said. If you have anything to say it in your next lifetime. As he spoke he opened his palm. The middle-aged man's body suddenly exploded apart, but his heart slowly floated over to Yi Xian. The core of the universe. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Meanwhile, he suddenly gazed towards the distant sky. Two formidable auras were tearing through the sky and fleeing madly. They were the other two Eternity Heart Realm experts of the Sky Demon Realm. Yi Xian put the core of the universe away, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. In the next moment, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the distant sky, and then a shrill scream resounded from the depths of the hole. A short moment later, Yi Xian walked out, and there was another core of the universe in his hand. The core of the universe. Yi Xian turned around and glanced at it. I still let an Eternity Heart Realm expert escape. What a pity. However, he had no other choice. Eternity Heart Realm experts weren't weak. In that situation just now, he could only choose to chase after one of them. It was very difficult to kill both of them with a single strike. Without thinking too much about it, Yi Xian entered Xiaota. He looked at the two cores of the universe in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He didn't hesitate to devour one of the cores. Bang! As soon as the core entered Yi Xian's body started to tremble violently, and then a formidable force surged out from within him. In an instant, the surrounding space started to boil. In the following period of time, Yi Xian started to absorb the core of the universe madly, and his aura skyrocketed. P.S. Number 15 erupt. This time, I'm going to blind your eyes. I'll let you know a different boss egg. Chapter 21:16. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged inside Xiaota, suddenly opened his eyes. Yi Xian frowned. His aura had increased a lot, but there was no qualitative breakthrough. In other words, in terms of realm, he had not reached the second level of the cosmic heart realm. What's going on? Yi Xian asked in his heart. Xiaota, do you know what's going on? Xiaota was silent for a long time before saying, You have absorbed too little of the heart of the universe. Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? Xiaota sighed. Young master, you have to understand that the higher you go, the harder it is to increase your realm. Not to mention, you are not walking the normal path. Simply put, you can't directly break through by swallowing a heart of the universe. If you can directly break through by swallowing a heart of the universe, then what's the point of others doing? Think about it. You can increase by 1 level by swallowing a heart of the universe. Do you think it's reasonable to swallow 6 to reach the 6th level? Yi Xian said seriously, I think it's reasonable. Xiao Ta was silent for a long time before saying, Young master, I suspect that there is something wrong with your head. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta continued. And there is one more point. The effect of swallowing a heart of the universe is far from as good as directly swallowing a universe to condense a heart of the universe. Simply put, the heart of the universe you swallowed is equivalent to a second-hand good. How good do you expect a second-hand good to be? Yi Xian, Xiao Ta said again. According to my many years of experience, you can swallow a few more hearts of the universe, at least 3 or 4, to reach the next level. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, My current cultivation realm is a bit troublesome. Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, Troublesome? Young master, I suddenly realized the difference between the first generation and the second generation. Master once broke through a realm and risked his life, but you F***ck, good fellow, you just crawled all the way up. Your father cultivated by risking his life, but you cultivate by F***king crawling. Also you think it's uncomfortable. When it spoke up to here, it paused for a moment and said, If I, Xiao Ta, have a son in the future, I will also raise him. I will truly raise him, and let him rely on his own strength to fight his way up. I will absolutely not walk the path of relying on the Mountain King. Yi Xian said indifferently, You don't have a son. Xiao Ta. Yi Xian stopped talking nonsense with Xiao Ta and left Xiao Ta. The heart of the universe. Xiao Ta was right. If swallowing a heart of the universe would allow one to advance by 1 level, that would be too ridiculous. Swallowing a few more should not be a problem. Find the Eternity Heart Realm and kill them. Of course, he wouldn't kill indiscriminately for the sake of breaking through. Although Yi Xian wasn't a good person, he still had a bottom line. Seeming to have thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Xiao Ta, did father stop at nothing for the sake of cultivating? After being silent for a moment, Xiao Ta said, No. Yi Xian blinked and was a little suspicious. No, Xiao Ta said indifferently. Young master, in your heart, is master very bad? Yi Xian laughed and said nothing. Xiao Ta said, Master was a little extreme in the early days, but he wouldn't take the initiative to bully others. However, he belongs to the kind, if you bully him he will exterminate your entire family. Yi Xian said with a smile. Father, did you ever meet an extremely strong opponent? The kind that you couldn't beat no matter what? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice. Yes. Tuming. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta continued. He was beaten from the beginning to the end. Of course, compared to Sister Tianming. Master was very young at that time, so it's normal that he couldn't beat her. After saying that, she paused and said, Sister Tianming is the only person who dared to let your big brother and master fight together. No one has ever done it before, and no one will be able to do it in the future. Yi Xian said seriously, I can do it in the future too. Not only can I will let all 3 of them fight together. After being silent for a moment, Xiao Ta said, In terms of acting cool and bragging, young master, I only admire you. Yi Xian. After a moment, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he was thinking of a problem. The monster sect hadn't come to find him for so long. This meant that the 4th stage man didn't report to the monster sect. In other words, the monster sect might choose to investigate him. This was also his chance. Time. He wasn't afraid of strong opponents and enemies, he was afraid of not having time. And this one-sword slaying life, he also had to think of a way to improve it, because his one-sword slaying life was no longer useful to Ming Xian. Time flowed. Intuition told him that the upper limit of the power of time flowed was far more than this. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Shenjiao, do you know where the monster sect's branches are? The Shenjiao said in a low voice, If you destroy one branch, it might not attract too much attention from the monster sect. But if you destroy a few more, I'm afraid you will attract the monster sect's attention. At that time, there might be 5th and 6th stage experts coming for you. Yi Xian smiled. Do you think they will let me go if I don't destroy them? After a long silence, the Shenjiao said, To the ancient demon realm. Yi Xian said with a smile. Show me the way. After a while, a message flowed into Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian activated the Qingxian sword and disappeared on the spot. Ancient demon realm. Yi Xian had just arrived at the ancient demon realm. He looked around and soon he frowned and was about to retreat. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded behind Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Xian turned around and saw a man standing in front of him. It was the 4th stage expert that he had fought with before. At this moment, the opponent's body had completely recovered. Besides this man, there were 2 mysterious experts in black robes. This was not the point. The point was that these 2 were actually at the 4th stage of the Eternal Heart Realm. 3 at the 4th stage of the Eternal Heart Realm. The man smiled. Young Master Yi, are you surprised? Yi Xian laughed. Do you think I'm surprised? The man glanced at the sword in Yi Xian's hand and didn't speak. Yi Xian's Qingxian sword was in the sheath. In other words, Yi Xian didn't use his sword. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I thought your monster sect would send a 5th stage expert. I didn't expect it to be a 4th stage. 5th stage of the Eternal Heart Realm. The man smiled. Young Master Yi, do you know much about my monster sect? Yi Xian replied with a question. Do you know much about me? The man nodded slightly. According to my investigation, there seems to be a mysterious expert behind young Master Yi. It's that female swordsman, right? Yi Xian frowned slightly. You only investigated one? The man looked at Yi Xian. Not just one. Yi Xian laughed. How should I address you? The man smiled. Yinchuan. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Brother Yinchuan, you knew that I would come. So you brought along 2 4th stage experts to wait for me here. However, you didn't attack me directly. Why? It's very simple. You aren't confident in your ability to kill me. Besides that, if I'm not wrong, Brother Yinchuan hasn't investigated me and the power behind me clearly. You're afraid of hurting me, right? The man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Yes. Yi Xian continued. Now Brother Yinchuan is even more afraid. Because I know about the monster sect, but I'm not afraid of it. Yinchuan smiled. Yes. Yi Xian said again. Then does Brother Yinchuan want to know the power behind me? Behind Yinchuan, an old man suddenly said. Yinchuan, why are you talking nonsense with him? Why don't you just kill him? He's talking so much nonsense. He's definitely trying to fool us and then get away. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. Damn it. He's not afraid of smart people. He's afraid of this kind of hothead who's not smart, but not stupid. Yinchuan smiled. I wonder who is the power behind young Master Yi. He didn't think that Yi Xian was fooling him, because all kinds of signs showed that there was really someone behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Have you heard of the 3 Swords Alliance? Xiao Ta was speechless. Yinchuan frowned. 3 Swords Alliance. Yi Xian smiled. Haven't heard of it? Yinchuan hesitated and shook his head. No. Yi Xian smiled. Looks like Brother Yinchuan's level is still not high enough. Yinchuan was speechless. At this moment, the old man beside him said in a deep voice. Not high enough? Are you joking? Our monster sect's power is spread all over the universe. How many universes do we know? But we have never heard of the 3 Swords Alliance. I think you want to live, so you're trying your best to fool the 3 of us. Saying that, he was about to make his move. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. The green profound sword floated slowly to the old man. Old man, you're a 4th degree realm expert. You must be very knowledgeable. Come, take a look at my sword. The old man waved his hand. Old man, if you don't take a look, old man will kill you. Saying that, he charged towards Yi Xian. The powerful force caused the entire sky to boil. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it, where did this rash young man come from? Just at this moment, Yinchuan suddenly said, Stop. Hearing Yinchuan's words, the old man stopped. He turned to look at Yinchuan. Yinchuan was staring at the green profound sword in front of him. The old man frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Yinchuan suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Who forged this sword? Yi Xian smiled. What do you think? Yinchuan looked at the sword in his hand in silence. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of solemnity. After a while, Yinchuan looked at Yi Xian. I've never heard of the Three Swords Alliance. Yi Xian smiled. Brother Yinchuan, how about this? 3 days later, I'll personally go to the monster sect. We'll settle the grudge between me and the monster sect once and for all. What do you think? Yinchuan frowned. You want to go to my monster sect? Yi Xian laughed. Yes. The grudges between us have to be settled. Don't you think so? Yinchuan remained silent. Yi Xian smiled. At that time, you'll see the power of the Three Swords Alliance. Yinchuan took a look at Yi Xian. You'll really go? Yi Xian thought for a moment. I swear on the name of the Three Swords Alliance that if I don't go, I'll let the 3 swordsmen of the Three Swords Alliance be destroyed. Xiao Ta. Chapter 21:17. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged inside Xiao Ta, suddenly opened his eyes. Yi Xian frowned. His aura had increased a lot, but there was no qualitative breakthrough. In other words, in terms of realm, he had not reached the 2nd level of the cosmic heart realm. What's going on? Yi Xian asked in his heart. Xiao Ta, do you know what's going on? Xiao Ta was silent for a long time before saying, You have absorbed too little of the heart of the universe. Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? Xiao Ta sighed. Young master, you have to understand that the higher you go, the harder it is to increase your realm. Not to mention, you are not walking the normal path. Simply put, you can't directly break through by swallowing a heart of the universe. If you can directly break through by swallowing a heart of the universe, then what's the point of others doing? Think about it. You can increase by 1 level by swallowing a heart of the universe. Do you think it's reasonable to swallow 6 to reach the 6th level? Yi Xian said seriously, I think it's reasonable. Xiao Ta was silent for a long time before saying, Young master, I suspect that there is something wrong with your head. Yi Xian, Xiao Ta continued. And there is one more point. The effect of swallowing a heart of the universe is far from as good as directly swallowing a universe to condense a heart of the universe. Simply put, the heart of the universe you swallowed is equivalent to a second-hand good. How good do you expect a second-hand good to be? Yi Xian, Xiao Ta said again. According to my many years of experience, you can swallow a few more hearts of the universe, at least 3 or 4, to reach the next level. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, My current cultivation realm is a bit troublesome. Xiao Ta said in a deep voice, Troublesome? Young master, I suddenly realized the difference between the 1st generation and the 2nd generation. Master once broke through a realm and risked his life, but you F***ck, good fellow, you just crawled all the way up. Your father cultivated by risking his life, but you cultivate by F***king crawling. Also, you think it's uncomfortable. When it spoke up to here, it paused for a moment and said, If I, Xiao Ta, have a son in the future, I will also raise him. I will truly raise him, and let him rely on his own strength to fight his way up. I will absolutely not walk the path of relying on the Mountain King. Yi Xian said indifferently, You don't have a son. Xiao Ta. Yi Xian stopped talking nonsense with Xiao Ta and left Xiao Ta. The heart of the universe. Xiao Ta was right. If swallowing a heart of the universe would allow one to advance by 1 level, that would be too ridiculous. Swallowing a few more should not be a problem. Find the Eternity Heart Realm and kill them. Of course, he wouldn't kill indiscriminately for the sake of breaking through. Although he, Yi Xian, wasn't a good person, he still had a bottom line. Seeming to have thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Xiao Ta, did father stop at nothing for the sake of cultivating? After being silent for a moment, Xiao Ta said, No. Yi Xian blinked and was a little suspicious. No, Xiao Ta said indifferently. Young master, in your heart, is master very bad? Yi Xian laughed and said nothing. Xiao Ta said, Master was a little extreme in the early days, but he wouldn't take the initiative to bully others. However, he belongs to the kind. If you bully him, he will exterminate your entire family. Yi Xian said with a smile. Father, did you ever meet an extremely strong opponent, the kind that you couldn't beat no matter what? Xiao Ta said in a deep voice. Yes. Tianming. Yi Xian. Xiao Ta continued. He was beaten from the beginning to the end. Of course, compared to Sister Tianming, Master was very young at that time, so it's normal that he couldn't beat her. After saying that, she paused and said, Sister Tianming is the only person who dared to let your big brother and Master fight together. No one has ever done it before, and no one will be able to do it in the future. Yi Xian said seriously. I can do it in the future too. Not only can I will let all three of them fight together. After being silent for a moment, Xiao Ta said, In terms of acting cool and bragging, young master, I only admire you. Yi Xian. After a moment, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, he was thinking of a problem. The monster sect hadn't come to find him for so long. This meant that the fourth stage man didn't report to the monster sect. In other words, the monster sect might choose to investigate him. This was also his chance. Time. He wasn't afraid of strong opponents and enemies. He was afraid of not having time. And this one-sword slaying life, he also had to think of a way to improve it, because his one-sword slaying life was no longer useful to Ming Xian. Time flowed. Intuition told him that the upper limit of the power of time flowed was far more than this. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Shenzhao, do you know where the monster sect's branches are? The Shenzhao said in a low voice, If you destroy one branch, it might not attract too much attention from the monster sect. But if you destroy a few more, I'm afraid that you will attract the monster sect's attention. At that time, there might be 5th and 6th stage experts coming for you. Yi Xian smiled. Do you think they will let me go if I don't destroy them? After a long silence, the Shenzhao said, To the ancient demon realm. Yi Xian smiled. You lead the way. After a while, a message flowed into Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian activated the Qingxian sword and disappeared on the spot. Ancient Demon Realm. Yi Xian had just arrived at the ancient demon realm. He looked around and soon he frowned and was about to retreat. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded behind Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yi Xian turned around and saw a man standing in front of him. It was the 4th stage expert that he had fought with before. At this moment, the opponent's body had completely recovered. Besides this man, there were 2 mysterious experts in black robes. This was not the point. The point was that these 2 were actually at the 4th stage of the Eternal Heart Realm. 3 at the 4th stage of the Eternal Heart Realm. The man smiled. Young Master Yi, are you surprised? Yi Xian laughed. Do you think I'm surprised? The man glanced at the sword in Yi Xian's hand and didn't speak. Yi Xian's Qingxian sword was in the scabbard. In other words, Yi Xian didn't use his sword. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I thought the monster sect would send a 5th stage expert. I didn't expect it to be a 4th stage. 5th stage of the Eternal Heart Realm. The man smiled. Young Master Yi, do you know much about my monster sect? Yi Xian replied with a question. Do you know much about me? The man nodded slightly. According to my investigation, there seems to be a mysterious expert behind young Master Yi. It's that female swordsman, right? Yi Xian frowned slightly. You only investigated one? The man looked at Yi Xian. Not just one. Yi Xian laughed. How should I address you? The man smiled. Yinchuan. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Brother Yinchuan, you knew that I would come. So you brought along 2 4th stage experts to wait for me here. However, you didn't attack me directly. Why? It's very simple. You aren't confident in your ability to kill me. Besides that, if I'm not wrong, Brother Yinchuan hasn't investigated me and the power behind me clearly. You're afraid of hurting me, right? The man looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Yes. Yi Xian continued. Now Brother Yinchuan is even more afraid. Because I know about the monster sect, but I'm not afraid of it. Yinchuan smiled. Yes. Yi Xian said again. Then does Brother Yinchuan want to know the power behind me? Behind Yinchuan, an old man suddenly said. Yinchuan, why are you talking nonsense with him? Why don't you just kill him? He's talking so much nonsense. He's definitely trying to fool us and then get away. Yi Xian glanced at the old man. Damn it. He's not afraid of smart people. He's afraid of this kind of hothead who's not smart, but not stupid. Yinchuan smiled. I wonder what the power behind young Master Yi is. He didn't think that Yi Xian was fooling him, because all kinds of signs showed that there was really someone behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled. Have you heard of the Three Swords Alliance? Xiao Tao was speechless. Yinchuan frowned. Three Swords Alliance? Yi Xian smiled. Haven't heard of it? Yinchuan hesitated and shook his head. No. Yi Xian smiled. Looks like Brother Yinchuan's level is still not high enough. Yinchuan was speechless. At this moment, the old man beside him said in a deep voice. Not high enough? Are you joking? Our monster sex power is spread all over the universe. How many universes do we know? But we have never heard of the Three Swords Alliance. I think you want to live, so you're trying your best to fool the three of us. Saying that, he was about to take action. Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm. The green profound sword slowly floated to the old man. Old man, you're a fourth-degree realm expert. You must be knowledgeable. Come take a look at my sword. The old man waved his hand. Old man, if you don't look, old man will beat you to death. Saying that, he charged towards Yi Xian. The powerful force caused the entire sky to boil. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it! Where did this rash young man come from? Just at this moment, Yinchuan suddenly said, Stop! Hearing Yinchuan's words, the old man stopped. He turned to look at Yinchuan. Yinchuan was staring at the green profound sword in front of him. The old man frowned. Just as he was about to speak, Yinchuan suddenly looked at Yi Xian. Who forged this sword? Yi Xian smiled. What do you think? Yinchuan looked at the sword in his hand in silence. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of solemnity. After a while, Yinchuan looked at Yi Xian. I've really not heard of the Three Swords Alliance. Yi Xian smiled. Brother Yinchuan, how about this? 3 days later, I'll personally go to the monster sect. We'll settle the feud between me and the monster sect once and for all. What do you think? Yinchuan frowned. You want to go to my monster sect? Yi Xian laughed. Yes. The feud between us has to be settled, right? Yinchuan fell silent. Yi Xian smiled. At that time, you'll see the strength of the Three Swords Alliance. Yinchuan glanced at Yi Xian. You'll really go? Yi Xian thought for a moment. I swear on the name of the Three Swords Alliance. If I don't go, then the 3 swordsmen of the Three Swords Alliance will be beaten to death. Xiao Tao was speechless. P.S. There's more. Chapter 21:18. Sell it to Xiao Tao. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Shen Zhao was silent for a while before replying, Priceless. Priceless. Yi Xian blinked. Really? Shen Zhao said solemnly. If you really sell it, countless experts will go crazy for it. Xiao Tao's heaven-defying cultivation ability was enough to drive anyone crazy. Heaven-defying wasn't enough to describe it. Yi Xian thought about it and said, Xiao Tao, I'll treat you better in the future. Xiao Tao was silent for a while before replying, Young master, just be a good person. To be honest, you're scarier than your master when you're being fancy. Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian came to a huge hall. Immortal Treasure Pavilion. This was the largest merchant association in the demon immortal realm. There was a saying that described this merchant association. As long as you had the money, you could buy anything in this merchant association. Yi Xian had just entered Immortal Treasure Pavilion when a delicate-looking woman came to welcome him. She smiled, neither servile nor overbearing. Esteemed guest, are you selling or buying? Yi Xian smiled. Buying. The woman smiled. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Having said that, she turned and walked in. Yi Xian followed the woman to a luxurious private room. Soon they were served fine spiritual tea. The woman sat before Yi Xian and smiled. How should I address you, esteemed guest? Yi Xian thought about it and said, Yang Xian. The woman smiled. Young Master Yang, I'm a Qian. May I know what young Master Yang is looking for? Yi Xian said, Heart of the universe. Heart of the universe. The woman was taken aback. Yi Xian smiled. Do I have it? The woman nodded. Yes. But it's very expensive. Yi Xian asked, how expensive? The woman looked at Yi Xian. 800 star meridians. 800 star meridians. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyelids twitched. Damn it. Right now, he only had about 700 star veins, and that was all he had. Furthermore, it was only because Zhou Xian had given him 500. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have 700. Suddenly, he realized how poor he was. The woman suddenly smiled and said, Young master, if you don't have enough star veins, I have an idea. Yi Xian looked at the woman curiously. What method? The woman said, a loan. Yi Xian was stunned. Loan? What do you mean? The woman smiled and said, it's very simple. You just have to pay 50% of the price first, and the rest of the star veins will be paid in installments. Pay in installments? Yi Xian asked in a deep voice. Can we do that? The woman smiled. Sure. However, we will charge you some interest and some labor fees. That is to say, the total payment will be more than 800 star veins. Based on my rough calculations, the total payment will be around 900 star veins. The interest of 100 star veins. Yi Xian's face fell when he heard this. Meanwhile, Xiaotao spoke abruptly. Damn it. What a familiar smell. Yi Xian was quite curious. What's wrong? Xiaotao spoke indifferently. It's nothing. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, a Qian spoke again. Of course, if young Master Yang is able to purchase it in full, then you can save yourself a lot of trouble, and you won't have to pay interest as well. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Aren't you afraid that someone won't pay back the loan? A Qian blinked. I'm not. Yi Xian smiled. I'll come back another day. A Qian stood up and smiled. Young Master Yang, take care. She turned around and left once she finished speaking. Even though she still had a smile on her face when she left, it had changed slightly. Yi Xian spoke abruptly. Does she think that I can't afford it? Xiaotao replied. You can't afford it in the first place. Yi Xian was speechless. Yi Xian fell silent within the room. He hadn't expected that the core of the universe would be so expensive. What should I do? Xiaotao spoke abruptly. Young master, are you thinking of robbing me? Yi Xian's face darkened. Am I that sort of person? Xiaotao spoke indifferently. You're not a person. Yi Xian was speechless. He didn't waste time with Xiaotao, and left the celestial treasure pavilion. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and an ancient book appeared in his hand. The Book of the Universe. He hadn't used the Book of the Universe since he'd obtained it, so he didn't know if it was useful or not. Meanwhile, Xin Zhao suddenly exclaimed, The Book of the Universe. Yi Xian smiled. You recognize this Book of the Universe? Xin Zhao spoke in a low voice. It's an extraordinary divine treasure of the metaverse. Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. Can it kill an eternal heart realm expert? Xin Zhao replied, Yes. However, I don't know what its limits are. You can give it a try. Yi Xian gazed at the Book of the Universe and hesitated for a moment. Should I give it a try on myself? A short while later, Yi Xian opened the Book of the Universe, and then he wrote 2 words on it. Yang Yi. The green-clothed man was speechless. Xiaotao was speechless. He'd just finished writing when the Book of the Universe suddenly started trembling violently. In the next moment, it actually started burning. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly placed the Book of the Universe into Xiaotao's body. The flames emanating from the Book of the Universe gradually vanished after it was placed into Xiaotao's body. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, Xiaotao, is it all right? Xiaotao spoke indifferently, It's fine. It was just almost obliterated. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaotao said solemnly, Young master, it's best that you don't challenge master's authority for now. Yi Xian was silent. Dad's strength was still unfathomable. At this moment, dozens of powerful auras flashed across the sky. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at the sky. At the side, someone suddenly said, Why did the 4 halls suddenly send out so many experts today? I heard that a swordsman will bring people to fight to the death with the demon sect. What the heck? Fight to the death with the demon sect? Is that swordsman serious? He should be serious. Otherwise, the 4 halls wouldn't have sent out so many experts. Besides, I heard that even the ancient demon hall master came personally. What's the background of that swordsman? I don't know. But he should be very strong. If not, why would he dare to come to the demon immortal realm? Let's go. Let's go take a look. Such a domineering swordsman. We must see. Within the city, countless experts walked towards the city gates. At the side, Yi Xian fell silent after hearing the expert's words. Xiao Ta suddenly said, "Young master, are you going?" Yi Xian said seriously, "Can I go?" Xiao Ta hesitated and then said, "If I don't go, I'll lose face." Yi Xian shrugged. "I'm already shameless. What's there to be afraid of?" Having said that, he turned and left. Xiao Ta. On the city walls. At this moment, many experts from the ancient demon hall had gathered on the city walls. Not only that, experts from the other 3 halls were also hidden. They were ready for battle. They had to take it seriously, because the 4 hall masters still took Yin Chuan's words seriously. On the city walls, Yin Chuan stood quietly. In front of him stood a middle-aged man with a horn on his head. This person was the ancient demon hall master, Kuei Shen. Kuei Shen looked into the distance with a calm expression. "He will come?" Yin Chuan nodded. "He will definitely come. This person is a swordsman. He is extremely powerful. He will not go back on his word." Kuei Shen nodded slightly. Everyone was ready for battle. From sunrise to midday, and finally, from midday to sunset. However, Yi Xian still did not appear. When the sun set, Yin Chuan's expression was a little ugly. This fellow couldn't have gotten lost, right? At night, Yi Xian still did not come. The experts on the city walls and the experts in the city all had strange expressions, and Yin Chuan's expression became more and more ugly. The next day, as a red sun rose slowly, all living things woke up. But Yi Xian still did not come. On the city walls, Kuei Shen turned to look at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked into the distance and said softly, "Is this guy planning to be shameless?" At this moment, Kuei Shen suddenly said, "Yin Chuan, I am very disappointed. And very angry." Having said that, he turned and left. On the city walls, the experts of the demon hall retreated. Before long, only Yin Chuan was left on the city walls. Yin Chuan looked into the distance, his eyes blank. Impossible. Such a powerful swordsman would not go back on his word. Could he really be lost? In the city, the crowd dispersed. There was a lot of discussion. They were all discussing why the swordsman did not come. Was he afraid? Or lost? Suddenly, the entire demon god city became lively. At the same time, the entire demon god cult began to put out a bounty for Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian had stood the demon god cult up. This made the demon god cult very angry. No one had dared to play with the demon god realm like this. Before long, the secret agents of the demon god cult left the demon god realm to look for Yi Xian. And they did not know that Yi Xian was already in demon god city. On the other side, in some unknown galaxy, 2 old men tore through the time-space stellar domain. About 4 hours later, they appeared in the heaven realm. Both were at the 6th tier of Eternity Heart realm. The 2 old men looked around, and the old man on the left said softly, "Let's go." Having said that, the 2 disappeared on the spot. After a while, the 2 of them arrived at the Zhou clan. When the 2 of them appeared in the Zhou clan, the current Zhou clan leader, Zhou Xian, appeared in front of them. Looking at the 2 of them, Zhou Xian was extremely cautious. Unfathomable. This was the feeling that the 2 of them gave her. And with her current strength, how could anyone who could give her such a feeling be ordinary? The old man on the left sized up Zhou Xian and smiled. "Nice to meet you, Mississippi. We have no ill intentions. We are here to ask where our young master is." Zhou Xian frowned. "Your young master?" The old man on the right suddenly said, "Yi Xian, young master Yi." Hearing this, Zhou Xian was stunned. "Yi Xian?" The 2 old men nodded. Zhou Xian took a look at the 2 of them, and her expression turned strange. The old man on the left had an amiable expression. "Miss, as far as we know, he was here previously, right?" Zhou Xian nodded. "He was here earlier, but he has left." The two of them exchanged glances. Meanwhile, the old man on the left hesitated for a moment before he said, "Miss, did the young master leave anything for you before he left?" Zhou Xian frowned slightly. "What did he leave?" The old man on the left grinned. "For example, a wooden figure or something." Zhou Xian shook her head. The two old men exchanged glances, and then the old man on the left smiled. "Then we'll be taking our leave." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them were about to leave. Meanwhile, Zhou Xian suddenly said, "If he left a wooden figure for me, then what does it mean?" The old man on the left hesitated for a moment before he said, "Madam said that if the young master left a wooden figure for you, then it means that you are our young madam, and we will take you away from here to the dark world that madam has opened for the young master. There, you will obtain the best cultivation resources in the entire universe." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them left. Zhou Xian was speechless. P.S. Do you have tickets? Chapter 2119. Young Master. Zhou Xian remained silent on the spot. She knew that the mysterious force behind Yi Xian was slowly coming to the surface. After a long time, Zhou Xian sighed and left. She knew that she had missed a chance for the Zhou clan to rise. It wasn't that she couldn't be the young mistress, but that she didn't become a true friend with Yi Xian. As she once said, she chose Yi Xian because of the force behind him, not because of Yi Xian. She and Yi Xian had a relationship of mutual benefit, and this relationship meant that they couldn't be friends. Of course, it was good that the Zhou clan didn't become Yi Xian's enemy. Reality proved that if she had chosen to target Yi Xian, there would be no Zhou clan in this world now. 1 Xian. After the two elders left the Heaven Realm Zhou clan, they investigated and finally came to the metaverse. As soon as they arrived, they received a piece of news. The demon sect had put a bounty on Yi Xian, and he was wanted by the entire universe. When they heard the news, the two old men's faces immediately darkened. The elder on the left had a gloomy expression, his eyes cold. Demon sect. How dare they put a bounty on our mystic world's young master? With that, he was about to leave. The elder on the right suddenly said, "Xianin, what are you doing?" The elder called Xianin frowned. "What am I doing? Of course I'm going to exterminate the demon sect." The elder on the right shook his head. Seeing this, Xianin was displeased. "Xianwu, what do you mean?" The elder called Xianwu said, "The demon sect isn't weak. If we go, won't we be sending ourselves to our deaths?" Xianin said angrily, "If they find the young master, with the young master's current strength, how can you resist them? And if anything happens to the young master, even if we die 10,000 times, we won't be able to absolve ourselves." Xianwu said, "Our top priority now is to inform Lord Shaoxi and ask her to bring people here. Otherwise, with just the two of us going to the demon realm, won't we be sending ourselves to death?" Xianin was silent. Xianwu took out a token and crushed it. In the next moment, a beam of white light shot into the depths of the starry sky. An arrow pierced through the clouds, and thousands of soldiers and horses came to meet. Xianwu said again, "We have to find young master before the demon sect." With that, he disappeared into the distance. Xianin was silent for a moment, and then he said fiercely, "Demon sect, how dare you injure my young master? My profound world will definitely annihilate your demon sect." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared into the distance. Demon God City, Xiaota. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. Cultivate. He was studying his severing lifespan. Ever since the Eternity Heart Mirror appeared, his severing lifespan was practically useless. Undying power. After reaching the Eternity Heart Realm, one would possess the power of Ageless, and this power of Ageless could resist his power of time. If he didn't have the power to reverse time, he probably wouldn't even have the strength to fight back against the Eternity Heart Mirror. His biggest problem now was that his cultivation was not high enough. The heart of the universe. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough money to buy the heart of the universe. Otherwise, he could devour a few hearts of the universe, and his strength would definitely rise explosively. Yi Xian didn't think too much about it. He calmed his heart and started studying the power of time. He'd utilized both the power of time and undying power, and then he'd combined them together. The undying power had the effect of restraining the power of time. Yi Xian fell silent when he saw this. So long as the power of time could ignore the undying power, then his severing lifespan would be able to deal with Eternity Heart Realm experts. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Xiaota, do you have any methods?" Xiaota spoke indifferently. "Young master, I've noticed that you only think of me when you need me. A pagoda is a treasure when it's useful, but a pagoda is nothing but grass when it's useless." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota continued, "I know of a way to make your power of time extremely formidable. However, I've suddenly forgotten about it." Yi Xian spoke indifferently. "If I encounter Qing again, then perhaps I might forget something." Xiaota fell silent for a long time before he said, "I've suddenly recalled something." Yi Xian said, "Tell me." Xiaota spoke solemnly. "It's very simple. Use the energy of your bloodline to fuse with the power of time. With the boost from the energy of your bloodline, all undying power will be useless." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Fuse with the energy of my bloodline?" Xiaota said, "Yes." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he opened his palm. A strand of time flow power appeared in his hand. In the next moment he activated the bloodline power in his body, and then a strand of bloodline power surged into his palm. Then, under his control, the two powers fused together. A short while later, Yi Xian looked at the undying power that wasn't too far away from him. He opened his palm, and the power of time that was fused with the energy of his bloodline blasted against the undying power. Bang! The undying power was instantly obliterated. Yi Xian was stunned by this scene. "It's that powerful?" Xiaota spoke solemnly. "Do you have some sort of misunderstanding about your bloodline? Big brother, your bloodline is the strongest bloodline in the entire universe. Even though you haven't reached the level of master, your bloodline can be improved without limit." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiaota continued, "It isn't just sever lifespan. You can even fuse sever against time with the energy of your bloodline. The fusion I'm talking about isn't executing the two energies at the same time, but fusing them into one. With the support of the energy of your bloodline, no matter if it's sever against time or sever against time, they have no natural enemies. Unless your enemy is much stronger than you." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I understand." Simply speaking, he was using the energy of his bloodline to protect the energy of time and sever against time, so that they had no natural enemies. Of course, with the addition of the energy of his bloodline, the two energies would become very strong as well. After that, Yi Xian started to fuse the energy of his bloodline with the energy of time and sever against time. Both of them were his own, so it wasn't difficult to fuse them. Half a month later, Yi Xian had completely fused the two forces. After the fusion, his one-sword slayer could directly ignore the immortal force. The current him could completely kill a Eternal Heart Realm cultivator with one-sword slayer. As for his sever future, even though its time hadn't increased, its strength had multiplied. Previously, the greatest weakness of the one-sword severing the future was that if the other party reacted, they would be able to defend against it. But now, the strength of his sever future had multiplied. Even if the opponent reacted, the opponent might not be able to defend against it. For the first time, Yi Xian realized that his bloodline energy was so useful. Meanwhile, Xiaota suddenly said, "Young master, you have to find a way to get a few more cores of the universe to devour. You're very strong now. Especially now, after your bloodline energy fused with those two energies, the strength of your swords has reached a qualitative leap. However, your cultivation isn't enough. If you can devour a few more cores of the universe, then your cultivation will improve greatly, and the strength of your swords will increase even more." Yi Xian nodded. Cores of the universe. Right now, he could barely be considered to be at the first level of the Eternal Heart Realm. If not for his sword skills being very special, he couldn't be compared to a fourth-level Eternal Heart Realm expert like Yin Chuan. But the problem was that his current enemies weren't just fourth-level Eternal Heart Realm experts. There were fifth-level Eternal Heart Realm experts, sixth-level Eternal Heart Realm experts. Meanwhile, Xiaota suddenly said, Young master, sometimes you're very smart, but sometimes you're very stupid. Yi Xian's face darkened. What do you mean? Xiao Ta said. Every part of your body is a treasure. Your bloodline energy is very attractive to demon beasts. You can sell your blood. A drop of your blood essence will definitely be able to be sold for a lot of star veins. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta said, you can try. There should be many demon beasts that are willing to pay a huge price to buy your blood. In any case, you have a lot of blood and can't be used up. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'll give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, he left Xiao Ta. Yi Xian arrived at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion once more. When he entered the hall, a woman walked over, and it was precisely a Qian from before. A Qian was slightly stunned when she saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian was just about to speak when a Qian suddenly turned around to look at the woman standing at the side. Little Mo, I'll leave this to you. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Meanwhile, the woman called Little Mo walked over to Yi Xian. The woman wasn't as beautiful as a Qian, but she was gentle and quiet, and she had a sincere smile on her face. Little Mo bowed slightly. Young master, do you need any service? Yi Xian glanced at a Qian in the distance, and then he looked at Little Mo who was in front of him and smiled. I want to sell something. Little Mo smiled lightly. Young master, follow me to the inner pavilion. As soon as she finished speaking, she led Yi Xian into the inner pavilion. Inside the hall, a woman next to a Jing suddenly smiled. Sister A Qian, what's wrong? You don't like that man? A Qian said indifferently. Your sister A Qian has been in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion for hundreds of years. I can tell who has money and who doesn't at a glance. Just that man just now. As she spoke, she shook her head slightly. Talking to him is just a waste of time. Soon Little Mo brought Yi Xian to an inner pavilion. Little Mo personally poured a cup of spiritual tea for Yi Xian and said, Young master, what do you want to sell? Yi Xian took out a white jade bottle and handed it to Little Mo. Little Mo took a look at it, and the next moment, her pupils suddenly constricted, and she said with a trembling voice, This is, what kind of bloodline is this? It's so terrifying. Yi Xian smiled. How many star veins can this be sold for? Little Mo hurriedly said, Young master, wait a moment. The value of this divine item far exceeds my authority. I need to consult the supervisor. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Soon Little Mo walked in with an old man. The old man glanced at the white jade bottle, and the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted, but he quickly returned to normal. He looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young master, how much do you want to sell it for? Yi Xian smiled. How much do you think it's worth? The old man thought for a moment, and then said, There are 10 drops of essence blood in this bottle. I'll pay this price. As he spoke, he raised a finger. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Damn it, what does one finger mean? 1 star vein? Yi Xian did not speak. He took the white jade bottle, got up, and left. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, Young master, please wait a moment. We can negotiate, we can negotiate. Yi Xian looked at the old man and smiled. State another price. Trying to scam me? What a joke. Besides my father, no one can scam me. And my father scammed me with his strength. I can't resist at all. The old man hesitated for a moment before he said, 10 drops of essence blood for 2,000 star veins. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this, but he hid it very well. He didn't say anything, and he just laughed coldly before he took the white jade bottle and left. The old man's expression was quite unsightly. Damn it. I've encountered someone who knows how to bargain. He didn't ask Yi Xian to stay because he wanted to bet that Yi Xian would stay on his own. However, Yi Xian just vanished into the distance. The old man was stunned. In the next moment his face turned pale, and he hurriedly chased after Chen Shi. Young master, we can negotiate. We can negotiate. Chapter 2120. Outside the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, the old man stopped Yi Xian. The old man looked at Yi Xian and smiled sheepishly. Young master, we can talk. We can talk. At this moment, Amo also chased after him. Not only her, but many saleswomen also chased after him. The old man was the supervisor of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. There were very few things that could catch his eye. Since he chased after him personally, he must have encountered some super treasure. One had to know that every time they received a super divine item, they would receive a commission. At this moment, a Qian suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian and smiled brightly. Young master, it's windy outside. Why don't we go inside and talk? Xiao Emo hesitated for a while, but in the end he did not say anything and retreated to the side obediently. Yi Xian glanced at a Qian who was trying to please him and smiled, then looked at Xiao Emo. I'll talk to her. A Qian's expression froze. The old man was slightly taken aback. In the next moment he quickly said, Xiao Emo, quickly entertain young master. Xiao Emo was stunned at first, then quickly walked in front of Yi Xian and bowed slightly. Young master then shall we go inside and talk? Yi Xian laughed, sure. With that, he walked into the hall under Xiao Mo's lead. The old man glanced at a Qian and did not say anything, then immediately followed in. A Qian's face was slightly pale. Yi Xian did not say anything bad about her, but who was the supervisor? With just one attitude from Yi Xian, the supervisor could roughly guess what was going on. She, a Qian, was the best saleswoman in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and had the highest chance of becoming the deputy supervisor. But now, this matter was probably not going to happen. Of course, this depended on Yi Xian's strength. If Yi Xian could bring great benefits to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, then she would really be dead meat. Everything was about benefits. After entering the hall, Yi Xian and the elderly supervisor sat opposite each other. The elderly supervisor looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young master, forgive this old man for asking too much, but where did you obtain this bloodline? Yi Xian smiled and said, I found it by chance in some ruins. The old man asked again, what ruins? Yi Xian said with smile, I have emptied the ruins. The old man's expression froze. Yi Xian smiled. Let's talk about how much these 10 drops of blood essence can sell for. After a long silence, the old man said, how much does young master want to sell it for? Yi Xian smiled. 4,000 star veins. He directly doubled it. That was how bargaining worked. Cut as high as possible. Since the goods were good, there was no need to be afraid that the other party would not negotiate. The old man suddenly said, deal. Deal. Yi Xian nearly spat out the immortal tea he had just drunk when he heard that. At this time the old man took out a storage ring and placed it before Yi Xian. Young master, please check it. Yi Xian was silent. Damn it. I was too careless. Yi Xian did not go back on his words. He kept the storage ring and handed the white jade bottle to the old man. The old man put away the white jade bottle as a smile appeared on his face. The smile was filled with a profound meaning. The demon immortal realm was the world of demons, and the bottle of blood essence in his hand was a super godly item to the demon beasts. Not only would it bring great benefits to Immortal Treasure Pavilion, but it would also bring Immortal Treasure Pavilion a huge connection with demon veins. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly looked at the obedient Xiao Mo and smiled. Young lady, how much commission will you get from this deal? Xiao Mo looked at the old man and hesitated. Then she said softly, I don't know. Under normal circumstances, she would get at least 100 star veins as commission. However, this amount was just too much. More than 100 star veins was no laughing matter. Yi Xian looked at the old man and the old man smiled. Don't worry, young master. I will get as much commission as I can. I won't be greedy for the little girl's star veins. As he spoke, he opened his palm and a storage ring floated before Xiao Mo. There were 200 star veins in it. Double. Xiao Mo was stunned and then said with a trembling voice, Supervisor Xiao, this is too much. Supervisor Xiao smiled. The other 100 star veins are your reward. Hearing this, Xiao Mo immediately bowed deeply. Thank you, Supervisor Xiao. As though she thought of something, she turned to Yi Xian and bowed again. Thank you, young master. Yi Xian laughed and looked at Supervisor Xiao. Supervisor Xiao, I would like to purchase some cores of the universe from Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Do you have them? Supervisor Xiao smiled. Of course. May I know how many cores of the universe you want? Yi Xian asked. How many cores of the universe do you have? Supervisor Xiao smiled and asked. How many do you want, young Master Yi? Yi Xian came to an understanding. Supervisor Xiao meant that he could have as many as he wanted. How extravagant. Yi Xian suddenly asked. Supervisor Xiao, may I ask if the master of Immortal Treasure Pavilion is a woman? Supervisor Xiao was slightly stunned, and then she said, Why do you ask that? Yi Xian smiled. It's nothing. My teeth haven't been good lately, so I want to live off a woman. Supervisor Xiao's face froze. Damn it. This kid isn't a good person. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly withdrew a storage ring and placed it before Supervisor Xiao. Supervisor Xiao, I only have 4,700 star veins in total. How many cores of the universe can I buy? Supervisor Xiao thought for a moment and said, All of them? Yi Xian nodded. Supervisor Xiao fell silent for a moment before she said, Young Master Yang, the market price for a core of the universe is 800 star veins. I can give you 751. In other words, you can buy 6 cores of the universe with these star veins. Yi Xian nodded. All right. How long will it take for me to get them? Supervisor Xiao smiled. Right now. As he spoke, he turned around to look at Xiao Mo. Go get 6 cores of the universe and tell them that I authorized it. Xiao Mo bowed slightly, turned around, and left. Supervisor Xiao gazed at Yi Xian and grinned. Young Master Yang, if you need to sell or buy anything in the future, you can come to the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. I can give you a certain discount. Yi Xian smiled. Do you have a VIP system here? Supervisor Xiao nodded. Yes. Yi Xian blinked. I sold so many star veins, but I can't become a VIP? Supervisor Xiao smiled and said, Sir is a distinguished guest, but we have 3 types of distinguished guests. The first type are ordinary distinguished guests, who can enjoy a certain discount. The second type are super distinguished guests. These distinguished guests can enjoy a great discount from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Not only that, they can also receive additional services, such as sharing information from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Yi Xian nodded. What about the third type? Supervisor Xiao smiled. The third type of VIP is the top VIP. Anyone who is a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion can enjoy a 50% discount. For example, if you are a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, then you can use 300 star veins to buy a core of the universe. Not only that, but we will also give you 2 additional cores of the universe. Moreover, if the other party needs it, we can give them some star veins or other treasures in advance, such as the star vein of the universe. Moreover, we don't charge any interest. Besides that, anyone who is a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion will be under the protection of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As long as you are in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, we will do our best to protect you, even if your enemy is the demon religion. Yi Xian was slightly stunned. You're not on the same side as the demon religion? Supervisor Xiao shook her head and smiled. No, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion here is only one of our branches. However, we have a very good working relationship with the demon religion. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Speaking of which, how can one become a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Supervisor Xiao smiled. I don't know. Yi Xian was stunned. Supervisor Xiao smiled lightly. A top VIP isn't something that I can come into contact with. All I know is that there are people from above who will do the vetting. If they meet a suitable person, then they'll do the vetting. If they meet our requirements, then we'll request that person to become a top VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. As for the requirements to become a top VIP, I don't know. Vetting. Yi Xian was about to speak when Xiao Mo walked into the cabinet. She walked over to Supervisor Xiao and passed a spatial ring to her. Supervisor Xiao took the spatial ring and passed it to Yi Xian. Young Master, these are the 6 hearts of the universe and the remaining star veins. Yi Xian took the spatial ring and said, Farewell. He was about to leave after saying that. When he walked to the door, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Supervisor Xiao, I have a sword here. You can show it to the people behind you and see how much it can sell for." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and a sword slowly floated to Supervisor Xiao. Supervisor Xiao smiled, and he picked up the sword. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically, and his body started to tremble. This, Yi Xian smiled. "I'll be back in 3 days." After saying that, he turned around and disappeared into the distance. In the hall, Supervisor Xiao suddenly roared. "Report it immediately. Report it. Invite the exalted immortal ambassador to come quickly." In an instant, a ray of white light suddenly shot into the sky and entered the depths of the starry sky. In the cabinet, Supervisor Xiao held the sword, and his body continuously trembled. As if he thought of something, he suddenly slapped his face. "I was blind. I didn't recognize an expert." At the side, Xiao Emo was stunned. She had never seen Supervisor Xiao like this. Where did young Master Yang come from? A few minutes later, outside the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, a woman slowly walked in. The woman had shoulder-length hair, wore a white robe, and a pure white cloak was draped behind her. There was a red dot between her eyebrows. As soon as the woman arrived in front of the inner hall, 10 super experts of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion hiding in the dark immediately appeared, and all of them slowly knelt down. These 10 people were all experts at the 5th level of the Eternal Heart Realm. At the side, a Qian and the others were lying on the ground, and their bodies were trembling slightly. The woman directly ignored the 5 people, and she directly walked into the hall, and finally came to the cabinet. Seeing the woman, Supervisor Xiao deeply bowed. "Immortal Envoy." The woman walked in front of Supervisor Xiao, and she ignored him. She picked up the sword in his hand, and after glancing at it, she immediately said, "Immediately start the examination process." Supervisor Xiao said with a trembling voice, "Understood." After speaking, he was about to leave. At this time, the woman glanced at the sword again, and in the next moment she said, "There is no need to examine it. Immediately inform the main hall to send a VIP token." Supervisor Xiao was slightly stunned. "There is no need to examine it?" The woman did not answer. Supervisor Xiao was shocked, and he did not dare to ask again, and was about to leave. At this time, the woman glanced at the sword again, and in the next moment, she suddenly said, "Wait." Supervisor Xiao turned to look at the woman. "Still want to examine it?" The woman looked at the sword in her hand. "The top VIP token is not enough. Let them send an immortal treasure token." Supervisor Xiao was stunned. "Immortal treasure token? What the hell? Why have I not heard of it?" At this time the woman said, "Wait, Supervisor Xiao." Chapter 21-21. In the cabinet, the woman looked at the sword in her hand with a solemn expression. Director Xiao and Xiao Mo didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. After a long time, the woman said softly, "Tell them to send a mysterious heaven token over." Mysterious heaven token? Director Xiao didn't dare to speak and immediately turned to leave. Immortal treasure token? Mysterious heaven token? He had never heard of it before. He knew very well that it was because his level wasn't high enough. In the cabinet, the woman looked at the sword in her hand with a solemn expression. Sell? The other party definitely didn't want to sell the sword. Even if he wanted to sell it, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion wouldn't dare to accept it. The reason why the other party left the sword here was to become a distinguished guest of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, or to see the Celestial Treasure Pavilion's attitude. No matter what the purpose was, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion had to treat it carefully. In Xiao Ta's room, Yi Xian directly swallowed a heart of the universe. After swallowing a heart of the universe, his aura suddenly skyrocketed. One had to say that this feeling of swallowing was really good. He could clearly feel his aura skyrocketing. Half a month later, Yi Xian had completely absorbed the heart of the universe. His cultivation had improved a lot, but there was still no qualitative breakthrough. In other words, he still hadn't reached the 2nd level of the Eternal Heart Realm. Yi Xian continued to swallow the heart of the universe. The current him could be said to be a walk in the park for him. And he found that after he swallowed the heart of the universe, his defying body was also becoming stronger. After a period of time, Yixian also completely absorbed the second heart of the universe. And at this moment his aura finally underwent a qualitative change. Based on his current cultivation, he should be at the second level of the eternal heart realm. Although his cultivation had only increased by one level, his overall strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Yixian opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. Yixian slowly closed his eyes. If he fought with Yunchuan now, he was confident that he could directly kill the other without using the profound azure sword. Now a fourth-level expert was no longer a threat to him. Not only that, but he should be able to fight with a fifth-level expert. Yixian didn't stop. He continued to swallow the heart of the universe. Not long after, he devoured the remaining 4 hearts of the universe, but he didn't break through. He discovered that the difficulty had increased. Yixian shook his head and smiled. Looks like I have to think of a way to obtain a few more cores of the universe. It's best if it's a core of the universe that's at the second level or above. The energy of such a core is even purer and more useful. If he could devour a 6th-level universe core, that would definitely be very satisfying. Thinking of this, Yixian could not help but laugh. He wondered if the Celestial Treasure Pavilion had the heart of the universe for sale. Yixian stopped cultivating. He left Xiaota and headed towards the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. 3 days had passed. The reason he'd left the green profound sword in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion was because he wanted to become a distinguished guest of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion and obtain more hearts of the universe. He really needed these hearts of the universe right now. He had never been so poor before. When Yixian arrived at the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, he saw Manager Xiao standing at the entrance. Manager Zhao's body shuddered when he saw Yixian, and he hurriedly ran over to Yixian and bowed deeply. "Young Master Yang, you've come." Yixian was slightly taken aback. "Manager Xiao, why are you so polite?" Manager Xiao smiled. "It's my duty. Young Master Yi, please come in." After he finished speaking, he bowed deeply again. Yixian glanced at Manager Xiao. "Looks like the green profound sword is useful." Yixian followed Manager Xiao into the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and a group of people in the Celestial Treasure Pavilion hurriedly bowed respectfully. Yixian glanced at them, and then followed Manager Xiao into the inner hall. After entering the inner hall, Yixian saw a woman. Manager Xiao hurriedly said, "Young Master Yang, this is the immortal envoy of my Celestial Treasure Pavilion." Immortal envoy. Yixian sized up the immortal envoy, and a trace of seriousness flashed in his eyes. The woman in front of him was at least a 6th-level Eternity Heart Realm expert. At this time the immortal envoy smiled slightly. "Young Master Yang, hello." Yixian smiled. "Miss Immortal, hello." The immortal envoy walked in front of Yixian, and then handed the sword in her hand to Yixian. "Young Master Yi, keep your sword well." Yixian put away the green profound sword, and then said with a smile, "Miss Immortal, how much can I sell this sword for?" The immortal envoy shook her head slightly. "Priceless. Priceless." Yixian was slightly taken aback, and then said with a smile, "So precious." The immortal envoy looked at Yixian. "Young master, are you in urgent need of money?" Yixian nodded. "A little." The immortal envoy suddenly opened her palm, and a storage ring slowly flew in front of Yixian. "Young master, I heard that you seem to need the heart of the universe. I happen to have some heart of the universe here. You can use it first." Yixian took a glance, and his expression instantly changed. There were over 100 ordinary heart of the universe, and there were over 50 second stage realm heart of the universe, 12 third stage realm heart of the universe, 6 fourth stage heart of the universe, 3 fifth stage heart of the universe, and 1 sixth stage heart of the universe. Generous gift. Yixian didn't have a storage ring, and he looked at the immortal envoy. "Why?" The immortal envoy suddenly took out a token and placed it in front of Yixian. "Young Master Yi, this is the Profound Heaven token. Those who possess this token will be our Immortal Treasure Pavilion's most distinguished guest, and have the right to mobilize the resources of all the branches other than the main pavilion. If young master needs it, You can also mobilize all the strong practitioners other than the main pavilion, including 6th-stage realm practitioners. Hearing that, Supervisor Xiao, who was standing by the side, was incomparably shocked. This authority was just too terrifying. One must know that Immortal Treasure Pavilion had hundreds of thousands of branches in the various worlds. Even this terrifying demon sect had to show some respect to Immortal Treasure Pavilion. It could be said that Yi Xian now had supreme authority. Supervisor Xiao was extremely puzzled. Just because of a sword, they gave this young Master Yang such great authority. Wasn't this too risky? Of course, he didn't dare to question the immortal envoy. Just at this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the hall. Wait! Just as the voice fell, an old man walked in slowly. Seeing the old man, Supervisor Zhao's expression changed drastically. He immediately bowed deeply and said respectfully, "Greetings, Left High Envoy." Left High Envoy was also a person with real power in Immortal Treasure Pavilion. He was from the main pavilion. Even in the main pavilion, he was the kind of person with great power. After Left High Envoy walked into the hall, he looked at Yi Xian and cupped his fists. "Young Master Yang, nice to meet you. I am Left High Envoy of Immortal Treasure Pavilion." Yi Xian smiled slightly and didn't say a word. Left High Envoy turned to look at the Immortal Envoy and transmitted his voice using profound qi. "Immortal Envoy, you don't have the authority to give him the profound heaven token. Only if the Pavilion Master or the 3 of us High Envoys agree, can we give him the Xiantian token." Exalted Immortal Envoy suddenly looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yang, can I borrow your sword?" Yi Xian smiled. "Of course." As he spoke, he opened his palm and the green profound sword flew to Exalted Immortal Envoy. Exalted Immortal Envoy handed the sword to Left High Envoy. Left High Envoy looked at the sword in front of him. The next moment, his expression changed drastically. Exalted Immortal Envoy looked at Left High Envoy and didn't say a word. Left High Envoy fell into silence. After a long time, Left High Envoy looked at Exalted Immortal Envoy and sent a voice transmission with Xian Qi. "This sword is extraordinary. It's not inferior to the treasures of Immortal Treasure Pavilion. However, it's still a little reckless to give him the Xiantian token just because of this sword." Exalted Immortal Envoy shook her head. "I think it's a gamble." Left High Envoy said in a low voice. "Risky." Exalted Immortal Envoy was silent for a moment. "Let South Envoy decide." As she spoke, she opened her palm and the green profound sword in her hand vanished. Yi Xian glanced at the depths of the starry sky. He could sense that the green profound sword was swiftly traversing through space. Before long, he frowned because he noticed that the green profound sword had fallen into the hands of a woman. However, it didn't take long for him to lose contact with the green profound sword. Meanwhile, Exalted Immortal Envoy suddenly said, "Young Master, don't be anxious. The sword will be returned in a moment." As soon as she finished speaking, the green profound sword appeared in front of Yi Xian again. At the same time, a voice suddenly resounded in the sky. "Yes, yes." Left High Envoy hesitated for a moment. In the end, he didn't say anything. 2-1. Exalted Immortal Envoy handed the Xiantian token to Yi Xian. "Young Master Yang, accept this token. You're the most distinguished guest of Immortal Treasure Pavilion." Yi Xian looked at Exalted Immortal Envoy. "Do I have to pay any price?" Exalted Immortal Envoy replied. "If Immortal Treasure Pavilion has the power to destroy Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Young Master will lend a hand. Of course, it will be within your capabilities." Yi Xian frowned. "That's it." Exalted Immortal Envoy nodded. Yi Xian smiled. "Seems like you're losing out." Exalted Immortal Envoy smiled. Pavilion Master has a saying, "Only those who love to fight will win." However, fighting is physical work. Therefore, Pavilion Master likes to gamble. Pavilion Master believes that gambling is necessary in life. Today, it seems like Immortal Treasure Pavilion is losing out. However, perhaps young Master Yang will bring unexpected gains to Immortal Treasure Pavilion in the future. Yi Xian waved the green profound sword in his hand. "Miss Immortal dares to gamble so much just because of a sword?" Exalted Immortal Envoy smiled. "Yes." Yi Xian looked at the storage ring that contained countless star veins in front of him and fell silent. For the first time, he realized that these things were troublesome. Take it. Of course he dared to take it. However, this represented karma with Immortal Treasure Pavilion. In the future, if Immortal Treasure Pavilion asked him to do something for them, how could he refuse? It was not easy to refuse. If he didn't take it, what he needed the most right now was cultivation resources. At this moment, Xiaotao suddenly said, "Young master, take it." Yi Xian asked in his heart, "Why?" Xiaotao said indifferently, "Master once said that one is a bastard not to take advantage of such an opportunity." Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian picked up the storage ring and said, "My father asked me to take it." Xiaotao. Exalted Immortal Envoy smiled. "May I know who your father is?" Yi Xian smiled. "A swordsman." Swordsman. Exalted Immortal Envoy smiled and did not ask further. Smart people would not go overboard. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a white jade bottle flew in front of Exalted Immortal Envoy. "Miss Immortal, there are a few drops of blood in this bottle. I hope it will be of help to you. Please accept it." Exalted Immortal Envoy nodded. "Thank you." With that, she accepted the white jade bottle. Yi Xian cupped his fists. "I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first." With that, he turned and left. After Yi Xian left, Exalted Immortal Envoy opened the white jade bottle. The next moment, her pupils shrank. What kind of blood is this? Chapter 21-22. Bloodline. At this moment, the Immortal Envoy was incomparably shocked. She was not like Manager Xiao, who only looked at the power within the bloodline. She looked at the essence of the bloodline. She was an authoritative figure in the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and had seen many powerful bloodlines. However, she had never seen such a unique and powerful bloodline. At this moment, she was even more certain that her gamble was not wrong. This youth was definitely not an ordinary person. The envoy of the left suddenly said, "This young man, should we investigate his background?" The heavenly Immortal Envoy shook her head. "This is a little offensive." The left emissary nodded. "That's true." At this time, the Immortal Envoy suddenly said, "This bloodline, if it is given to a demon beast." At this point, she didn't continue. After Yi Xian left the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, he immediately found a quiet place and entered Xiaotao, devouring the heart of the universe. Yi Xian started to crazily devour the universe core. He only had one goal right now, and that was to increase his cultivation. His goal wasn't the 5th level of the Eternity Heart Realm, nor was it the 6th level. Instead, it was above the Eternity Heart Realm. Become stronger. Why did he want to become stronger? If he wasn't strong, how could he act cool? He also wanted to be like his big brother, saying, "I'm begging for death." He also wanted to be like his father. No matter who he faced, he would say, "That's it." "That's all you got?" He wanted to be like Qinger, who would ask, "Where is your home?" Was acting cool a bad thing? No. In his opinion, acting cool was actually a good thing. One must have a goal in life. Otherwise, how would one be any different from a salted fish? Many people thought that he was acting tough to satisfy some kind of perverted pleasure in his heart. In fact, that was not the case. He was acting tough to make his struggle more meaningful. People have ambitions, desires, and pursuits. Is this wrong? Only when you have ambition, desire, and pursuit will you struggle with all your might. In the secular world, life was but 100. Why not let yourself live a more carefree life? Moreover, this was how society worked. If you didn't pretend, others would. If you don't believe me, look beside you. For example, in the countryside, among neighbors and relatives, whose children had some achievements outside, wouldn't their parents act tough to the heavens? Just like in the city, when classmates gather, who doesn't compliment each other, show off to each other, and show off to each other? Not to mention these small fries, weren't those big shots the same? For example, someone once said, "I'm not interested in money." Another example, set a small target for him first. From Yi Xian's point of view, those who said that they didn't want to act pretentious could only mean two things. First, they were really powerful and didn't want to act pretentious anymore. Second, they didn't have the ability to act pretentious. In a person's life, he would either be the one acting cool, or he would be the foil to help others act cool. Naturally, he wanted to do the former. In any case, he was very unhappy to see his father acting cool, but there was nothing he could do about it. There was also that big brother who kept saying, "Kill me." Every time he thought of this, his scalp would go numb. His ultimate goal was to one day beat up his big brother, beat up his old man. As for Qing, he couldn't fight her. If he wanted to fight Big Brother and Old Man, he would need Qing'er's help. It would be a little difficult for him to do it alone. While Yi Xian was cultivating, the entire demon sect was frantically searching for him. Back then, Yi Xian stood the demon sect up. This was not only looking down on the demon sect, but also slapping their face. Moreover, everyone now knew that Yi Xian had killed the experts of the demon sect. In this universe, who dared to go against the demon sect? Those who dared were basically dead. The intelligence system of the demon sect's 4 great halls had been mobilized. It had to be said that the intelligence system of the demon sect was very terrifying. Not long after, they already knew that Yi Xian had entered the demon god city. After knowing this news, the demon sect began to slowly seal off the entire demon god city. Then countless experts began to slowly search the city. Inside Xiaota. 3 months later, Yi Xian had already devoured more than 100 hearts of the universe. After devouring those hearts of the universe, he directly reached the 3rd level of the eternal heart realm. After devouring more than 100 hearts of the universe, he only reached the 3rd level. This made Yi Xian somewhat speechless. He knew that every time he advanced, the difficulty of the next advancement would greatly increase. However, he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Over 100 star veins only broke through 1 level. This made his balls ache. Fortunately, after reaching the 3rd level, his strength had greatly increased. What was worth mentioning was that now that he could sever the future with his sword, the time had greatly increased. Now he could kill his opponent in 2 hours. 2 hours. There were advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that it would be extremely difficult for the opponent to defend against it. It could be said that with this sword, even a 5th level expert would be easily killed by him. Even a 6th level expert would find it hard to defend against it. The disadvantage was that within these 2 hours, he must not be killed by the opponent. This was the biggest disadvantage of this sword. However, there was no other way. If it was too fast, the opponent would be able to sense it and defend against it. If it was too slow, he must survive during this period. Of course, in general, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Because now he could not only use one sword. He could use several swords in an instant, and these several swords could kill his opponent in 2 hours. Perhaps some people would say, wouldn't the opponent be stronger in the future? However, the problem was that there was only a difference of 2 hours. In these 2 hours, even if the opponent had a breakthrough, to what extent could he break through? Other than one sword to sever the future, his one sword to sever life had also greatly increased in power. With the support of the power of the bloodline, even a 5th level expert would find it hard to defend against his one sword to sever life. The power of time flow and the power of the bloodline were enough to easily kill a 5th level expert. If he added the power of the myriad world and the power of the myriad world, this sword would become even more terrifying. Actually, all this while he had been constantly combining what he had learned into one sword. One sword. One sword to kill. One sword to rule. This was his ultimate goal. Yi Xian continued to devour the heart of the universe. Now he was devouring the 2nd level heart of the universe. When he devoured the 2nd level heart of the universe, he was slightly shocked. The 2nd level heart of the universe was much purer than the 1st level heart of the universe. There was no comparison at all. This made Yi Xian see hope of reaching the 4th level. Devour crazily. After his physical body reached the 3rd level, it had also been greatly strengthened. Therefore, it could withstand this endless energy. As for the power of his bloodline, it was needless to say. The energy of this heart of the universe was far from being able to harm his bloodline. However, what gave Yi Xian a headache was that the power of the bloodline did not strengthen. Until now, all aspects of him, including his soul, had been greatly strengthened. However, the power of the bloodline did not strengthen at all. In Xiao Ta's words, the power of the bloodline depended on whether he was crazy or not. The more crazy he was, the stronger the power of the bloodline would be. But now, as the king leaning mountain, it was very difficult for him to go crazy. This made Yi Xian give up on the idea of improving the power of the bloodline. This was because he realized that even if he activated the power of the bloodline, it was difficult for him to enter that completely crazy state. He also did not know why he could still have consciousness after activating the power of the bloodline. Perhaps only his father would know the answer to this question. Another 2 months passed. Yi Xian had already devoured all the second-level hearts of the universe. At this moment, his aura had reached a peak. He was only half a step away from the 4th level. However, he was confident because he still had some 3rd and 4th level hearts of the universe. Not only that, he still had a 6th level heart of the universe. To be honest, he was a little eager to devour that 6th level heart of the universe. However, he still endured it. Take it slow. Just as Yi Xian was about to devour the 3rd level heart of the universe, he suddenly frowned. The next moment, he directly left Xiao Ta. Just as he left Xiao Ta, a huge hand slammed down. Boom. The house he was in collapsed with a loud bang. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had already retreated hundreds of feet away. The moment he stopped, an old man appeared in front of him. Besides that, there were more than 10 powerful auras around him. Among them, most of them were 4th level experts. Demon Sect. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He had not expected that the Demon Sect would actually find him so quickly. Yi Xian did not make a move, but the green profound sword in his scabbard had already disappeared. In the distance, the old man stared at Yi Xian. You're Yi Xian. Yi Xian. When the surrounding experts who had gathered because of the commotion heard the old man's words, their hearts were filled with shock. Yi Xian. This was the swordsman who had threatened to fight to the death with the Demon Sect? Of course, everyone knew that Yi Xian had gone back on his words. Therefore, when they looked at Yi Xian, there was a trace of ruminating smiles in their eyes. This was the swordsman who did not keep his word. More and more people and demons gathered around. Yi Xian took a look at the old man and said, I'm not Yi Xian. The old man's brows creased slightly. You're not Yi Xian? Yi Xian nodded. I think you've got the wrong person. I'm really not Yi Xian. The old man turned his head and looked at a man beside him. Are you sure? That man took a look at Yi Xian and hesitated for a moment before saying, There's no mistake, he should be Yi Xian. The old man said in a deep voice, Should? You're not sure? The man replied, I was originally sure, but he. Saying that, he took another look at Yi Xian. You're really not Yi Xian? Yi Xian nodded. I'm really not Yi Xian, the man asked in a deep voice. Then who are you? Yi Xian replied, Yang Xian. The man frowned. Yang Xian? Yi Xian nodded. He glanced at the crowd, and then said in a somewhat innocent manner, Everyone, if you're looking for Yi Xian, then look for Yi Xian. Why are you looking for me, Yang Xian? The old man stared at Yi Xian. You're really not Yi Xian? Yi Xian raised his right hand. I can swear to the heavens that if I'm not Yang Xian, then destroy my soul. Everyone. In Xiao Ta, Xin Zhao hesitated for a moment, and then said, Young Master Yi, you really can't make such a vow recklessly. You'll suffer retribution. Xiao Ta suddenly sighed. Woman, you're still too young. Xin Zhao. Chapter 21-23. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared not far away from Yi Xian. Seeing this middle-aged man, Yi Xian's expression froze. The person who came was Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Young Master Yi, I wonder when did you change your surname? Yi Xian stopped pretending and smiled. Brother Yin Chuan, we meet again. Yin Chuan smiled. Young Master Yi, you've made my demon sect wait for a long time. Yi Xian laughed. I didn't do it on purpose. Yin Chuan frowned slightly. Since you didn't do it on purpose, then there must be some problems? Yi Xian said seriously. I did it on purpose. Yin Chuan's expression froze. The expressions of the experts from the demon sect instantly turned unsightly. On purpose. Yin Chuan stared at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I trust you very much. That's why I let you off that day. But you broke the promise and made me break my promise to my hall master. What you did is not kind. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Brother Yin Chuan, you're wrong. That day you didn't let me off. I let you off. Hearing that, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. The next moment he seemed to have thought of something and looked at the sword in Yi Xian's hand. When he saw that there was only a scabbard and no sword in his hand, his expression suddenly changed and he immediately roared. Everyone be careful. Before he could finish his words, the heads of the demon sect experts beside him suddenly flew up and blood spurted out like a fountain. It was extremely bloody. This scene caused everyone in the surroundings to be stunned, including Yin Chuan. At this moment, Yin Chuan's eyes were wide open and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He knew that Yi Xian had a sword that could slash the future, but that sword wasn't strong to this extent. One must know that some of the experts present were in the 4th degree realm. Killing a 4th degree realm expert in seconds? Did Yi Xian become stronger again? Or was he hiding his strength? At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his hand. He looked at Yin Chuan and smiled. Brother Yin Chuan, farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rode on his sword. Run. This was the headquarters of the demon sect. Although he was confident, he wasn't so confident that he could fight against the entire demon sect alone. If he couldn't win, he would flee. It was not shameful. However, he just soared into the sky when the space in the horizon was suddenly torn apart. In the next moment, an enormous hand that could hold up the sky suddenly slapped down from the horizon. This palm strike felt as if the sky had collapsed. A terrifying oppressive feeling instantly shrouded Yi Xian. At this moment, he felt as if his internal organs were about to be crushed. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. Since you don't want me to leave, then I won't leave. Let's fight. Yi Xian gently lifted his thumb, and the green profound sword suddenly flew out from the scabbard. Accompanied by a sharp sword cry, a ray of sword light soared into the sky, tearing everything apart. Boom. In the sky, the giant hand collapsed with a loud bang. The sky shook. At this moment, an old man appeared in the sky above Yi Xian's head. The old man was dressed in a black robe, and his hands were placed behind his back. His gaze was so cold that it made one shudder. 5th degree realm practitioner. The old man looked at Yi Xian. You've killed my demon sex people and still want to leave? Yi Xian laughed. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. The old man narrowed his eyes and wanted to say something, but Yi Xian suddenly said, If you have anything to say, please say it in your next life. As soon as he finished speaking, the green profound sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly soared into the sky. A vicious look flashed past the old man's eyes. Arrogant. As soon as his voice fell, he took a step forward and punched out. Boom. That punch shook the heavens and earth, as if there was a huge earthquake. This punch directly blasted onto the green profound sword, and it was forcefully stopped. However, in the next moment, the old man's pupils constricted abruptly, and his eyes were filled with astonishment, because his body was aging at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, his hair had turned white and his body was emaciated like a skeleton. His lifespan was up. The old man looked at Yi Xian from afar with a blank look in his eyes. How is this possible? One must know that demonic beasts all had extremely long lifespans. And at that moment earlier, he felt that his lifespan had been sucked dry. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword returned to his hand. He looked at the old man. A dead person, why bother saying so much and wasting time? Saying that, he sheathed the green profound sword and said, Next. Boom. The old man suddenly turned into a pile of dust, and was completely erased. Next. Yi Xian's voice was very calm, but it revealed an awe-inspiring dominance. At this moment, Xiao Tao's voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian's mind. Young master has finally stood up. Yi Xian. In the distance, Yin Chuan stared at Yi Xian. You did not hide your strength back then, but your strength has increased again. How can you improve so much in such a short time? Yi Xian looked at Yin Chuan and smiled. What is a genius? Not limited by talent, not limited by heaven and earth. Any martial arts can be learned with one look, mastered with one look. And any martial arts can be found out with just one look. This is a genius. If you have never seen such a person before, then at this moment. Saying that, he pointed at himself. You are lucky to see it. Everyone. Yin Chuan stared at Yi Xian and did not say a word, but his heart was rolling like a wave. When he saw Yi Xian previously, Yi Xian was definitely not this powerful. But now Yi Xian could easily kill a 5th stage expert. How could he improve so much in such a short time? That was not normal. Although there were indeed some monsters in the world, these monsters could not be judged by common sense, but Yi Xian was a little too exaggerated. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, If there is no next person, then I will leave. After saying that, he walked out of the city in the distance. After acting tough, he quickly ran. Even if he wanted to act tough, he should know when to stop. When Yi Xian walked in front of the city gate, the gate suddenly closed. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks, and a middle-aged man appeared in front of him. The middle-aged man wore a loose white robe, and his expression was calm. On his chest, there was a small demon character embroidered. He stood there like a vast and endless starry sky, giving off an unfathomable feeling. Some of the weaker ones even felt an invisible pressure, which made it difficult for them to breathe. This person was the lord of the ancient demon hall, one of the 4 great halls, Kuei Shen. In the demon sect, he was a person with real power. Kuei Shen. Some of the people present recognized Kuei Shen, and cried out in surprise. Compared to the other hall lords, Kuei Shen had a higher profile. Moreover, he was in charge of many things in Demon God City, so he wasn't as mysterious as the other 3 hall lords. The demon sect experts retreated to stand behind Kuei Shen. Kuei Shen looked up and down at Yi Xian, then nodded. Not bad. Not bad at all. Hearing this, some of the demon sect experts couldn't help but look at Yi Xian. They knew that Kuei Shen's standards were extremely high, and ordinary people couldn't even enter his eyes. But now he was saying that Yi Xian was not bad. Yi Xian smiled. One of the 4 hall lords. Kuei Shen nodded. Yi Xian shook his head. You came out very quickly. I thought you would send a few more stage 6 experts for me to practice with. And then the hall lord himself. I didn't expect that you would come out personally after I killed 2 people. Kuei Shen looked at Yi Xian. Ever since our demon sect was founded, no one has dared to look down on us. I'm very curious about the power behind you. Can you tell me? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. If I tell you, will the demon sect let me go? Kuei Shen shook his head. No. You provoked us, demon sect, so you must pay with your life. Yi Xian laughed. Then what difference does it make if I tell you or not? Hall Lord, there's no need for us to waste any more words. I've long heard that the 4 hall lords of the demon sect are as strong as gods. I, Yi Xian, am untalented, and would like to learn a thing or 2 from you. Kuei Shen nodded. Come. Yi Xian was about to make a move when a voice suddenly resounded in the distant sky. Wait! Yi Xian turned his head. Not far away, 2 people were walking towards him slowly. They were the immortal emissary and the left emissary of the immortal treasure pavilion. Yi Xian was surprised. Why were they here? Kuei Shen frowned as well. The heavenly immortal envoy and the left emissary walked into the square. The heavenly immortal envoy glanced at Yi Xian, then turned to Kuei Shen. Hall Lord Kuei, as far as I know, the conflict between your demon sect and young Master Yi was caused by a small matter. Now that things have escalated to this point, it really shouldn't have happened. Hall Lord Kuei, can you give my immortal treasure pavilion some face and let this matter rest? My immortal treasure pavilion is willing to compensate the demon sect for their losses. Compensate? Kuei Shen smiled. This person just killed more than a dozen of my demon sect disciples. Heavenly Immortal Envoy, do you think this is a matter of money? As for the conflict you spoke of, it's true that our demon sect and he did have a conflict because of a small matter. But did he give us any leeway? He didn't, did he? Hearing this, the Heavenly Immortal Envoy's expression turned ugly. At this time Yi Xian smiled. My father once said, I don't offend others, but if others offend me, I will kill them. If your demon sect bullies me, do I have to endure it? Swordsman, if you have to endure injustice, then what's the point of cultivating the sword? Kuei nodded. Then just wait and see. Today, my demon sect will bully you. Yixian laughed, and the green sword in his hand trembled violently. I, Yixian, may not be as strong as my elder brother, but right now, I'm going to put on a show. He looked at Kuei. I, Yixian, beg the demon sect to kill me. Beg to kill. Kuei clenched his right hand, and a terrifying aura erupted out like a volcano. In the blink of an eye, all of Demon God City was in an uproar. Off to the side, the heavenly immortal envoy narrowed her eyes and clenched her right hand. Kuei looked at the heavenly immortal envoy. What, is the immortal treasure pavilion going to protect this person? The heavenly immortal envoy fell silent. It had to be said that she was in a difficult position. There was no way to reconcile the conflict between Yixian and the demon sect, and if she protected Yixian, it would mean going against the demon sect. This was no laughing matter. And if she didn't protect him, then what was the point of the Black Heaven Medallion? Who in the world would believe that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was a VIP? To protect or not to protect? Off to the side, the Heavenly Immortal Envoy suddenly said, "Protect." The Heavenly Immortal Envoy looked at the Heavenly Immortal Envoy. The Heavenly Immortal Envoy's expression was unsightly. I didn't approve of giving him the Black Heaven Medallion before, because I was afraid that he would have great karma. But since we've given him the medallion, then he's a super VIP of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. If we abandon him now, then the good karma we've formed with him will vanish. Not only that, but no one in the world will believe that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is a VIP. The Heavenly Immortal Envoy said, "But if we do that, then we'll be going against the demon sect." The Heavenly Immortal Envoy said, "If the demon sect doesn't give us face, then why should we?" After a moment of silence, the Heavenly Immortal Envoy said, "Call for reinforcements." The Heavenly Immortal Envoy looked at the Kuei in the distance and said, "Hall Master Kuei, young Master Yi is a VIP of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. As long as someone from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is here, we'll protect him. If the demon sect really wants to make a move, then I'll kill you all. Everyone." Chapter 21-24. Immortal Treasure Pavilion. As soon as the left emissary finished speaking, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. No one expected the Celestial Treasure Pavilion to protect Yixian. Furthermore, they were willing to go against the demon sect. This was the demon sect. Although the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was powerful, the demon sect was not to be trifled with. They were a bunch of man-eating demons. Moreover, they were in Demon God City, the territory of the demon sect. Had the Immortal Treasure Pavilion gone mad? Everyone thought that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had gone mad. Yixian was surprised as well. He did not expect the Immortal Treasure Pavilion to protect him. The Archgod was the most surprised. He had thought that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was just going through the motions. He did not expect them to be serious. The Archgod could not help but look at Yixian curiously. What was the relationship between Yixian and the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? Why was the Immortal Treasure Pavilion willing to go against the demon sect to protect him, Yixian? At this moment, more than 10 experts suddenly appeared around Yixian. They were all experts from the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Most of them were at the 5th layer. Yixian looked at the envoy of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and was about to speak when the envoy of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion said, "Young Master Yi, there's no need for you to say anything else. You have the Xiantian token and are an honored guest of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion will protect you." Is that so? At this moment, a voice came from the side. Not far away, a middle-aged man slowly walked over. He was bare-chested and only wore a pair of leather pants. The envoy of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's expression darkened. Yao Yi, the leader of the ancient demon hall. 2 hall leaders had appeared. Yao Yi slowly walked up to the envoy of the left and the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Is the Immortal Treasure Pavilion that awesome? The envoy of the left laughed heartily. He did not waste any words and immediately threw a punch. Yao Ye's eyes flashed with disdain. He also threw a punch. Boom. As soon as their fists collided, the envoy of the left retreated nearly 10,000 zhang. In terms of strength, the left envoy was naturally inferior to the demons. After the left high envoy stopped, he opened his palm, and a ball of flame suddenly rose from his hand. In the next moment he suddenly disappeared on the spot. The sky above Demon God City had been transformed into a blood-red sea of flames. Yao Ye's eyes narrowed slightly in the distance, and then he took another step forward while clenching his right fist tightly. When the strand of flames swept towards him, he suddenly smashed his fist forward, and a strand of formidable force poured out like a torrent from his fist. Boom! The wave of fire was forcefully stopped by this terrifying force, but in the next moment, Yao Yi frowned because he noticed that his fist had started to burn. Yao Yi hurriedly shook his right hand when he saw this. Boom! A wave of fire shattered, and a man and a demon retreated at the same time. The surrounding sky was a mess. After the left high emissary stopped, he was about to attack again, but the heavenly immortal envoy stopped him. She looked at Yao Yi in the distance and asked, "Hall Master Yao Yi, is there really no way to resolve this matter?" Yao Yi sneered. "Room for negotiation? How to ease the tension? This person killed more than 10 of my demon clan's demons, and you're here to talk to me about reconciliation? If you want to resolve this matter, bring his head." The heavenly immortal envoy's eyes instantly turned icy cold when she heard this. Meanwhile, Yao Yi spoke again. "Heavenly immortal envoy, if your immortal treasure pavilion retreats now, then my demon sect can pretend that this matter never happened. But if your demon sect insists on interfering, then all of you will die here today." A wisp of disdain curled up the corners of the heavenly immortal envoy's mouth. "With just the two of you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her palm, and a token suddenly shot into the sky. In the blink of an eye, a huge and dazzling lotus appeared in the depths of the sky. Immortal Gathering Token. Someone exclaimed in shock. The Immortal Gathering Token. As soon as the token was issued, all the experts of the Mortal Treasure Pavilion had to rush over at the fastest speed possible. As soon as the token was issued, it meant that countless experts would rush to the Demon Immortal Realm. This wasn't a trivial matter, it was a huge matter. Suddenly, a ferocious expression flashed through Yao Ye's eyes. He opened his palm, and a black token suddenly shot into the sky and shot into the depths of the sky. The Beast Demon Token. Someone exclaimed in shock once more. As soon as the token was issued, the 10 Demon Kings had to bring their experts to the Demon Immortal Realm as soon as possible. This was going to be a huge battle. Secretly, some of the experts were horrified, and they fled towards the outside. A huge battle between immortals would bring disaster to the fish in the moat. "Leave quickly." At this moment, Yao Yi suddenly said, "Demon beasts of the 4 palaces, heed my command. Anyone who enters the Demon Immortal Realm without permission will be killed without mercy." Killed without mercy. Within the Demon Immortal City, the experts of the 4 palaces shot into the sky and guarded the perimeter of the Demon Immortal Realm. Yao Yi looked at the heavenly immortal envoy with a ferocious expression. He pointed at Yi Xian angrily. "Today no one can protect him. I, Yao Yi, have said it." Yi Xian. At this moment, the heavenly immortal envoy suddenly walked to Yi Xian's side. She looked at Yi Xian and said, "Kill your way out with us later." Yi Xian said solemnly, "Miss Immortal, the price you have to pay for doing this is too high." The heavenly immortal envoy shook her head. "Now is not the time to discuss the pros and cons, young Master Yi. Your strength is extraordinary. When the experts of my Immortal Treasures Pavilion arrive, you will follow us and kill your way out." Yi Xian was about to speak, when the heavenly immortal envoy lifted her head and looked into the starry sky. "Our people are here." In the starry sky above the Demon Immortal City, the experts of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion had arrived. However, they were all stopped by the experts of the 4 palaces. But there was still an endless stream of experts from the Immortal Treasures Pavilion arriving. Below, Yao Yi suddenly looked at the heavenly immortal envoy with a ferocious expression. "Kill. Kill." As his voice rang out, he charged towards the left high envoy. The left high envoy was not to be outdone, and also charged over. The heavenly immortal envoy said solemnly, "Young Master Yi, be careful." As she finished speaking, she transformed into a beam of white light, and shot towards the chief god. As for the experts of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion, they stood guard around Yi Xian. But very quickly, they were overwhelmed by the experts of the Demon Immortal Realm. In the battlefield, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. The Qingxian sword in his hand was long gone. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the instant that he did so, the experts of the Demon Immortal Realm turned pale. Next, the heads of the experts of the Demon Immortal Realm flew off one by one, cleaving the future. This was not the sword he had used now, but the one he had used while they were talking. However, he did not use the Qingxian sword, because if he did, Yin Chuan would notice. But even without the Qingxian sword, this cleaving the future was not something that the average expert of the Demon Immortal Realm could handle. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen experts of the Demon Immortal Realm had fallen. Among them, there were even some fifth-tier demonic beasts. The bizarre turn of events caused Yao Yi and the archgod's faces to fall. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly lifted his head. As he did so, a cold gleam appeared between his brows. Yi Xian's face was calm, and a sword and shield appeared above his head. Qingxian sword and shield. Boom. The sword and shield shook violently, and Yi Xian and his shield retreated nearly 1,000 zhang back. As soon as he stopped, the cold gleam appeared before him again, quick as lightning. Yi Xian's face was calm, and the Qingxian sword and shield blocked in front of him again. Boom. The sword and shield shook violently, and the powerful force sent both Yi Xian and the shield reeling back. As they retreated, the cold gleam followed them like a maggot in their bones. Yi Xian's face was as calm as ever. "I'll block it." Qing'er had said that only 4 people in this world could shatter the Qingxian sword, and 3 of them were in cahoots with him. What did Yi Xian have to be afraid of? Besides, his physical body was strong enough. As long as Yi Xian was not killed, Yi Xian would never die. Bam! Yi Xian and his sword retreated again. Yi Xian was constantly being suppressed, but the cold gleam could not break through his shield. After a while, the cold gleam suddenly stopped. Yi Xian looked in front of him. Not far in front of him stood a man. The man had a horn on his head and a piece of beast scale between his eyebrows. In the man's hand he was holding a spear. Yi Xian frowned. Were these the other 2 hall masters? At this time, Supervisor Zhao's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Young Master Yi, this man is a super genius of the younger generation in the Demon Immortal Realm. His name is Qi Xiu, and he is now in the 6th realm. Young Master Yi, be careful." The younger generation. Yi Xian looked at Qi Xiu. The latter glanced at the sword in Yi Xian's hand, and then his eyes flashed with disdain. "If not for this sword, I can kill you in one move." Yi Xian smiled. "Are you sure?" Qi Xiu looked at Yi Xian. "Do you dare not to use this sword?" Yi Xian nodded. "I dare." As his voice fell, the Qingxian sword in his hand disappeared. Seeing this scene, Qi Xiu narrowed his eyes. "You are still a man." As he said, he was about to take action. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait." Qi Xiu frowned slightly. "What? Are you going back on your words?" Yi Xian shook his head. "No. There is just a small problem." As he said, he looked around and said, "Where is your hierarch?" Hierarch. In fact, he was secretly on guard against the mysterious hierarch, but until now he did not feel the hierarch. Xiao Ta did not feel it either. In Xiao Ta's words, there were only 2 possibilities in this situation. The first one was that the hierarch was not there, so he could not feel it. The second one was that the hierarch was too strong, so he could only feel it when the hierarch attacked. Yi Xian naturally chose to believe the second one. Qi Xiu's mouth suddenly showed a touch of sarcasm. "Hierarch? Do you deserve to fight with the hierarch?" Yi Xian glanced at Qi Xiu and said, "Young man, don't be so arrogant as a monster, you." Qi Xiu suddenly disappeared. He took action. Many people often died because of talking too much. Therefore, he did not choose to talk nonsense but directly attacked. However, when he rushed in front of Yi Xian, His pupils suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously blocked with his spear. Chi. A tearing sound suddenly sounded from the field. And then, a sword directly penetrated Qixio's eyebrows. One sword cut the future. Qixio's body froze in place. He looked at Yi Xian in the distance and was a little confused. Didn't you say you don't use this sword? Yi Xian looked at Qixio helplessly. Brother, do you think we are playing house? We are fighting for life and death. Remember to use your brain in the next life. The brain is still a very important thing. Don't lose it. Hearing this, Qixio felt that he couldn't breathe and died. Chapter 21-25. Future Slash. Yi Xian noticed that he'd slightly underestimated his future slash. Qixio had sensed his future slash, but Qixio hadn't been able to guard against it. Of course, the reason Qixio had been able to sense it was because his attack had only been delayed for less than 15 minutes. He could be a little slower or a little faster. Yi Xian gazed at the green profound sword in his hand, and then it vanished in the next moment. Yin Chuan's expression instantly changed when the sword vanished. Watch out! He's attacking! He's attacking! The expressions of all the demon race experts changed drastically when they heard this. They'd witnessed the might of Yi Xian's future slash, so their expressions changed violently when they heard Yin Chuan's voice. All of them felt threatened because they were deeply afraid that they'd become Yi Xian's next target. Yi Xian had a faint smile on his face. He just didn't attack because he was just playing around. The longer he didn't attack, the more afraid those demon race experts were. Their hearts were tense, and they didn't dare relax at all. Yi Xian raised his head and glanced over. He noticed that more and more experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion were rushing over, but they were practically stopped by the experts of the demon race. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. I really owe the Immortal Treasure Pavilion a huge favor. I wonder if the pavilion master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion is a woman. If she is, then I'm entirely capable of compensating her with my body. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Yi Xian's face instantly turned slightly red. I feel like I'm being quite shameless. Meanwhile, Yao Yi, who was fighting the left emissary, seemed to have sensed something, and his pupils constricted while he swiftly raised his arms to block in front of him. Bang! An expanse of light suddenly exploded apart. Yao Yi was blasted over 10 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, his arms had split apart into spiderwebs, and countless strands of blood seeped out. Yao Yi gazed at Yi Xian with a trace of fear in his eyes. Of course, there was even more rage in his eyes. You actually launched a surprise attack. Yi Xian glanced at Yao Yi and sighed in his heart. He had underestimated Yao Yi's physical body. That sword strike wasn't able to sever the other party's arm. Otherwise, once the sword entered the other party's body, he could directly suppress the other party's divine soul. What a pity! Yi Xian opened his palm. And then with a light wave, the green profound sword vanished directly. The expressions of those demon race experts changed drastically once more when they witnessed this scene. This was because they didn't know who Yi Xian's sword was going to target. An unknown death was the scariest. Meanwhile, Yi Xian glanced at the experts from the demon race and smiled. Don't stop. You guys continue fighting. My sword will fly for a while. The monster beasts. Yao Yi glanced coldly at Yi Xian, and was just about to speak when he suddenly raised his head. A dense crowd of experts had appeared in the sky. A wisp of a smile arose on the corners of Yao Yi's mouth when he witnessed this scene. And then he gazed at Yi Xian and said, Our Yao has arrived. Boom. Numerous formidable auras suddenly appeared in the boundless starry sky. The 10 great demon kings had arrived with their experts. This time, the 10 great demon kings had actually brought along a few thousand extraordinary experts from the demon sect. And the weakest amongst them was actually at the 3rd level. The High Immortal Ambassador and the Left High Emissary's faces instantly sank when they witnessed this scene. As if she'd thought of something, the High Immortal Ambassador suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, kill our way out. Kill our way out. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Let's kill our way out together. The High Immortal Ambassador pondered briefly before she said, "All right." Yi Xian suddenly pointed at Yao Yi and the Archgod. "Help me stop these two demons." The High Immortal Ambassador glanced at Yi Xian. "All right." As soon as she finished speaking, she and the left High Emissary vanished on the spot. Yao Ye's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. "Watch out for that swordsman. Watch out for that swordsman." The experts of the demon race gazed at Yi Xian with vigilance in their eyes. There was no need to remind them because they would be careful as well. Yi Xian's sword was impossible to guard against. Suddenly, Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword had returned to his grasp. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Calm his heart. Focus. A moment of silence ensued before Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and then he slashed with his sword. A wave of sword light surged out like a waterfall. The expressions of all the demon beasts changed drastically, and they retreated explosively, severing their lifespans. He wasn't targeting a single demon beast, he was targeting the entire demon god city. With Yi Xian at the center, a mysterious energy of the passage of time swept swiftly towards the surroundings. Some of the demon beasts that were comparatively closer to Yi Xian were instantly transformed into dust, and the entire demon god city was transformed into ash at an extremely terrifying speed. At this moment, all the demon beasts were horrified, and they fled madly towards the surroundings. It was an indiscriminate attack. Yao Yi and the Archgod were completely flabbergasted. What technique is that? Meanwhile, their expressions had changed as well, because the energy of the passage of time had arrived before them, and they were horrified and retreated in unison. Yi Xian suddenly gazed at the High Immortal Ambassador and the Left Ambassador. "Let's go first. I'll be right behind you." Both of them hesitated for a moment before they shot into the sky. Right when they were about to leave the city, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Rumble. An explosion resounded, and then the High Immortal Ambassador and the Left Ambassador crashed down from midair. They just descended to the ground when an enormous abyss appeared there. Yi Xian turned around and saw a black-robed man standing not too far away. The black-robed man had two horns on his head. The black-robed man glanced at Yi Xian, and then he suddenly pressed his right hand down. Bang! With him as the center, the space within a range of several million miles was frozen directly. Yi Xian /S reverse time force was also frozen along with it. The surroundings returned to normal. The fleeing experts of the demon race instantly heaved sighs of relief in their hearts, and they stopped in their tracks. Yi Xian looked at the black-robed man with a calm expression on his face, and he put the green profound sword away calmly. At this moment, the High Immortal Ambassador and the Left Ambassador appeared in front of Yi Xian, and they had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. The High Immortal Ambassador spoke solemnly. "His name is Wu Feng, the Hall Master of the Ferocious Demon Hall." Another Hall Master had arrived. Yi Xian asked, "Is he the strongest amongst the 4 Hall Masters?" The High Immortal Ambassador shook her head. "No. The strongest is Shen Huang from the Divine Demon Hall. I don't know if he's in the Demon Immortal realm." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "I understand." Wu Feng glanced at Yi Xian from afar, and then he said, "The power of time flow in the daytime spacetime. I never expected you to be able to utilize that power to such an extent. Amazing." Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings, and then he said, "What power is that?" "It's actually able to freeze my power of time flow." He could sense that his power of time flow was still there, and it hadn't been destroyed. It was just sealed in ice and couldn't be utilized. Wuxia said, "It's a special power." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the High Immortal Ambassador. "I'm quite curious. High Immortal Ambassador, according to what I know, you're a wise and far-sighted person. Is it really worth it for you to lead the entire Immortal Treasure Pavilion to become enemies with my demon sect? Was it worth it?" The High Immortal Ambassador smiled faintly. "There's no such thing as whether it's worth it or not. We've made our choice, so we naturally have to go all the way." Wu Feng nodded slightly. "My demon sect has no intention of becoming enemies with the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. But since this is your choice, then my demon sect won't say anything else." As he spoke, he looked up at the 10 demon kings in the sky. Kill! Kill! Hearing Wulong's words, the 10 demon kings suddenly turned around and charged towards the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's experts who were rushing over. They were completely suppressed. Even though the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion were quite strong, it was the territory of the demon sect. Coupled with the fact that the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion only arrived intermittently, the experts of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion weren't a match for the experts of the demon sect at all. The High Immortal Ambassador and the left emissaries' faces became quite unsightly when they witnessed this scene. If this continued, then it would be extremely disadvantageous to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Meanwhile, Wu Feng gazed at Yi Xian. Young man, I don't care who's standing behind you or what power you have. All I know is that you've killed a demon from my demon sect, and you'll pay the most horrible price of your life. As soon as he finished speaking, four mysterious greater demons suddenly appeared behind him. Wu Feng glanced at Yi Xian, and then his figure suddenly shot forward. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as the green profound sword suddenly flew up and transformed into a sword shield in front of him. Boom! As an explosion resounded, Yi Xian retreated hundreds of kilometers away along with his shield. As soon as he stopped, Wu Feng appeared in front of him again, and he slammed his fist onto Yi Xian's sword and shield again. Boom! The sword shield shook violently, and Yi Xian and his shield retreated again. After Yi Xian stopped, Wu Feng was about to strike again when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Wait!" Wu Feng frowned. "What are you doing?" Yi Xian said, "Let me strike back." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and the sword shield transformed back into a sword and returned to his hand. In the next instant, he gathered the power of the 10,000 realms, and even his own bloodline power. He knew that against the Hall Master before him, he had to give it his all. Yi Xian took a step forward, and with a flick of his thumb, the green profound sword suddenly flew out from the sheath. This sword strike was like a river of stars raining down, and the powerful force instantly tore the entire demon immortal realm apart. Countless humans and demonic beasts were shocked, and looked towards the sky above demon immortal city. From afar, Wu Feng narrowed his eyes, and for the first time he looked serious. He took a step forward, and his right arm crossed before him. Heaven and earth guard. Boom! A powerful force suddenly surged out of his body, and finally gathered on his arm. Rumble! Along with the eruption of an expanse of light, Wu Gui's arm split apart. At the same time, he'd instantly retreated explosively for over 100 kilometers, and as soon as he stopped moving, the expanse of space he resided in was instantly obliterated and transformed into pitch-black darkness. Wu Feng closed his eyes slowly. His physical body had been completely torn apart, but was healing rapidly. After a while, he looked at Yi Xian. Very strong. Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand, and smiled faintly. Same to you. Wu Feng stared at Yi Xian. Immortal Treasures Pavilion can't protect you. Today, this world will be the burial ground for you and everyone from Immortal Treasures Pavilion. As he spoke, he was about to strike, but at this moment, an angry roar suddenly boomed from afar. Who dares to hurt the young master of my Xian realm? Who the hell dares? P.S. Is it too much to ask for a ticket or a reward today? Chapter 21-26. The Young Master of the Dark World. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. Who's the young master of the Dark World? All the spectators raised their heads and looked up into the sky, and they saw two old men dashing over from afar. It was Xian Yin and Xian Wu who'd headed to the Zhou clan to look for Yi Xian. Feng Wulong frowned slightly when he saw them. Who are they? Xian Yin and Xian Wu appeared in front of Yi Xian. They hesitated for a moment when they saw Yi Xian, and then Xian Yin asked cautiously, "Young master, are you Yi Xian?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded. "Who are you?" Xian Yin hesitated for a moment and said, "Young master, can I take a look at your bloodline?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Who are you?" Xian Yin hurriedly said, "We have no ill intent, and we just want to confirm young master's identity." Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he activated the mad demon bloodline within him. However, both of them were stunned. Xianyin frowned slightly. Isn't that so? As they spoke, they exchanged glances, and there was a trace of doubt in their eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Xian suddenly said, I have another bloodline. As he spoke, he activated the undying bloodline. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the undying bloodline, and then they were overjoyed. After that, they bowed deeply to Yi Xian. Young master. Young master. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment before he said, Both of you work for mother? Xianyin hurriedly said, Yes. Yi Xian spoke softly. Is mother well? Xianyin nodded. She's very well, but she really misses young master. However, the Swordmaster didn't allow her to come look for you. And he said that you should grow on your own. This time, she really couldn't help but send us to look for you. Yi Xian smiled. Both of you know my father? Xianyin nodded. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled. Then why don't both of you recognize my bloodline? Bloodline? Xianyin bitterly smiled. We have never seen young master's bloodline. Yi Xian still wanted to ask something, but Xiaotao suddenly said, Young lord, with master's current strength, it's basically impossible for him to activate the crazy demon bloodline. Hence, other than those people from the previous batch, it's basically impossible for other people to know about his crazy demon bloodline. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Meanwhile, Wu Feng suddenly said, Are you done chatting? Xianyin turned and looked at Wu Feng. Are you the one who wants to kill my Xian world's young master? Wu Lin narrowed his eyes. Profound world's young lord? Xianyin sneered. What, haven't you heard of the profound world? Wu Jin nodded. I have never heard of the profound world. Is the profound world very powerful? Xianyin laughed heartily. His laughter was very unbridled. At this time, Yi Xian pulled Xian Wu's sleeve. Senior, is the profound world very powerful? Xian Wu bitterly smiled. Young master, you can just call me Xian Wu. I really don't dare call you senior. Yi Xian smiled. Answer my question first. Xian Wu hesitated for a moment before he said, To be a little humble, it's more powerful than the demon sect. Yi Xian blinked. Why don't you say it humbly? Xian Wu smiled proudly. The demon sect is nothing. Yi Xian was speechless. Xian Wu hadn't concealed his voice, so his words were heard throughout the surroundings. When they heard Xian Wu, the expressions of all the demon beasts here instantly became unsightly. The demon sect is nothing. This isn't just looking down on the demon sect. It's an insult to the demon sect. Wu Feng suddenly shook his head and smiled. Amazing. Up until now, no one has dared to say that my demon sect is nothing. The profound world? I'd like to see how strong your profound world is. Don't disappoint my demon sect. Xianyin laughed. We won't. Wu Feng stared at Xianyin. Since both of you are so arrogant, then I presume your strengths are definitely not bad. Come, let me experience your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Feng suddenly leaped up and smashed his fist toward Xianyin. This punch shook the heavens and the earth. The physical strength of demon beasts was formidable, and coupled with the fact that Wu Feng wasn't an ordinary demon beast, his full strength was sufficient to obliterate the heavens and the earth. A wisp of viciousness flashed through Xianyin's eyes, and then he took a step forward and pointed forward. River of stars! River of stars! As soon as he pointed forward, the scene here changed. In an instant, Xianyin and Wu Feng were within a boundless starry sky. At the same time, the boundless starry sky actually seemed like it had exploded, and it started to be obliterated inch by inch. River of stars! Xianyin chose to go head-on against Wu Feng's punch. Bang! As soon as the fist and finger collided, the heavens and the earth collapsed. Rumble! Both of them retreated explosively at the same time. As they retreated, the powerful impact from their collision caused countless strands of space to shatter and be obliterated. On the other hand, all the demon beasts in the surroundings retreated repeatedly and avoided the aftershock of their collision. Next to them, Yi Xian was a little shocked. He had to admit that Xianyin and Wu Feng were very strong. He didn't know whether or not they were experts above the 6th stage, but they were both very terrifying. Of course, he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear, only excitement. All the blood in his body was boiling. Fight. He really wanted to fight. Yi Xian looked at the archgod and clenched his sword in his left hand. The archgod could also sense Yi Xian's fighting spirit. He looked at Yi Xian, narrowed his eyes, and slowly clenched his right hand. At that moment, Xianwu stood in front of Yi Xian. Young master, they don't need you to fight them. Subordinate. With that, he charged directly at the archgod. Yi Xian was speechless. Super speechless. He really wanted to fight. He really didn't want to rely on his father or his sister. No, now he had a mother. When he thought of this, Yi Xian was even more speechless. He seemed to be walking further and further on the path of relying on a mountain. The left emissary walked to the immortal ambassador and asked softly, "Do you know about the mystic realm?" The immortal ambassador hesitated, then shook her head. "I don't know." The left emissary frowned. "Even you don't know?" Although their strengths were similar, he didn't care much about the outside world. Most of the matters were handled by the immortal ambassador. Therefore, the immortal ambassador could be said to be very knowledgeable. He didn't expect that even the immortal ambassador didn't know about the mystic realm. The immortal ambassador glanced at Yi Xian and said softly, "Young Master Yi is very mysterious." With that, she suddenly turned to the left emissary. "When will the southern emissary arrive?" The left emissary said in a low voice. "At most a quarter of an hour." A quarter of an hour. The immortal ambassador's eyes flashed with worry. "I hope we can make it in time." As she spoke, she lifted her head to look at the starry sky. At this point, Immortal Treasure's pavilion had already lost many experts. If this carried on, the experts from Immortal Treasure's pavilion who rushed over might all be wiped out. Moreover, she noticed that more and more experts from Demon Sect were rushing back to Demon Immortal Realm. Immortal Treasure's pavilion's main pavilion was too far away from here, and the true elite experts of Immortal Treasure's pavilion were all at the main pavilion. Therefore, Immortal Treasure's pavilion was at a disadvantage when they rashly chose to fight the Demon Sect. But there was no other way. In the end, she still chose to gamble. She had no way out, and neither did Immortal Treasure's pavilion. If she didn't choose to protect Yi Xian, who would believe that Immortal Treasure's pavilion's VIP treatment in the future? As though she thought of something, the immortal ambassador suddenly looked at Yi Xian. She noticed that Yi Xian had been very calm from the start. And this mystic realm? What kind of power was this mystic realm? The immortal ambassador sighed in her heart. She didn't know how to end this. At this moment, the distant horizon suddenly split open. The next instant, more than 10 shadows rushed out from the crack in time and space. Seeing this, the immortal ambassador's face sunk. Another expert from Demon Sect. What's more, 3 of them were 6th-degree realm practitioners. The rest of them were all 5th-stage realm experts. After those 10 overshadows rushed out, they headed straight for Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression was calm as he slowly closed his eyes. The green profound sword in his left hand started to vibrate slightly. When those 10 overshadows rushed to Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, he pulled out his sword and with a sweep, a flash of sword light was like a waterfall. One sword strike to kill. Once the sword was drawn, everything in the field turned into dust. The 3 Demon Sect 6th-stage realm experts had a drastic change of expression, as they retreated quickly. As for those 5th-stage realm experts behind them, their reactions weren't that fast. They had just retreated when they were hit by the power of time, and died on the spot. One sword strike to kill 10 over 5th-stage realm experts. The expressions of the 3 Demon Sect 6th-stage realm experts turned unprecedentedly solemn. And they looked at Yi Xian, as if they were looking at a monster. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the green profound sword vanished. Meanwhile, the archgod suddenly said, "Watch out, that sword strike is to slash the future. All of you must be on guard at all times and don't be careless." Slash the future. When they heard the archgod's words, the 3 Demon Sect 6th-stage experts immediately retreated together. And then they set up countless powerful barriers to guard the area they were in. As for Yi Xian, he just smiled and did nothing. Suddenly, The pupils of the archgod who was fighting with Xianwu constricted, and he used his right arm to block the attack. Bang! A flash of sword light shattered, and then the archgod was pushed back thousands of meters. That sword strike was aimed at him. Yi Xian was about to strike again when he suddenly looked up and saw a fist descending from the sky. Yi Xian commanded in his heart, and the green profound sword transformed into a sword shield that blocked above his head. Bang! The sword shield trembled violently as soon as the fist collided with it, and then Yi Xian crashed into the ground. Bang! The ground instantly split open, and an enormous bottomless abyss appeared there. A man fell slowly from the sky. He wore a simple linen robe, and he had his hands behind his back. Every single step he took caused the heavens and the earth to tremble. Moreover, his aura was so strong that it made the heavens and the earth seem slightly illusory. The heavens and the earth couldn't endure his strength at all. The High Immortal Ambassador and the left emissaries' faces instantly turned extremely unsightly, because the person who'd just arrived was the leader of the 4 halls of the demon sect, the master of the desolate demon palace, Shen Huang. The desolate demon palace was the leader of the 4 halls, and Shen Huang was the leader of the 4 hall masters. In the entire demon sect, his status was so high that he was only inferior to the mysterious sect master of the demon sect. Shen Huang glanced at the bottom of the abyss with a calm expression. The young master of the dark world? Is he very powerful? His voice was calm as water, but it carried disdain that came from his bones. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.